Please take your seats. Our programme will start shortly. Thank you. Attendees, please take your seats. Our program is about to start, and it will start sooner if you are seated. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Our seats are very comfortable. I recommend that you take one and try out the comfort level of the chairs. And as we're all seated, then we'll be even closer to starting our conference. The anticipation is exciting. Thank you. Scaling finance for smallholder farmers in Africa. Brought to you by the Republic of Kenya, the African Development Bank Group, and the Pan-African Farmers Organization. Our conference title and our mission are one and the same thing. This is a working conference, but I want to check I've got the right attendees in the room. If you consider yourself a thought leader in the agricultural space, please raise your hand. Everybody else who didn't raise their hand, please raise their hands. I have elevated you to thought leaders. We have a room full of thought leaders, and we need you because there are 4 pillars, 4 themes that we will be delving into over the next 2 days. The landscaping for farmers, smallholder farmers across Africa. What does the landscaping look like? We're beginning showcasing ideas and initiatives. We will also be learning and finally inspiring. That is a note to all of the panelists, all of the speakers, and all of the audience as well. This is a very practical conference. My name is Femi Oke. I am one of your conference moderators. The other conference moderator is Yvonne Dege, who you will meet later on this morning. You should consider us the hello tractors of moderating, because we go around the world and we make important conversations like this happen. So we are going to start with a video that shows us what the need is, how much support smallholder farmers need. Take a look at the screen.
They wake before the sun, and their hands meet the earth. These hands are feeding nations, from seed to harvest, from market to table. The hands of Africa's smallholder farmers, these hands contribute to 70% of the continent's food production and provide incomes for millions of rural households. Despite the vital role smallholder farmers play in Africa's food systems, few have access to finance to improve their outputs or grow into a viable agribusiness. Many struggle to put food on their own tables. The African Development Bank Group, through its Civil Society Engagement Action Plan, is developing the business case to invest in Africa's smallholder farmers, working with partners on how to attract financing to help smallholder farmers do more than grow food.
At the initial stage was actually to acquire a motor vehicle. I'd visited about 3 banks. I was turned down, and it's quite frustrating for a small business that is trying to grow, that is creating employment, and all I need is finance to scale it up to the next level.
With the right investment, smallholder farmers can transform food systems, be resilient to shocks, pivot their business models in response to crises, innovate, and generate economic opportunities in rural and urban areas.
So when I got the financing, it was a game changer for me. I was able to reach many more farmers, and that actually meant more beehives, more honey production, and other hive products.
With over 60% of sub-Saharan Africa dependent on agriculture and a population expected to double by 2050, sustaining and adapting smallholders' farms is crucial to food security, employment, and prosperity.
In the past, productivity of the land was very low due to the flooding of the river. It was very hard to make a living being a farmer with 9 children. But this year, I'm very excited about the wheat crop. I expect a yield of 4.5 to 5 tons per hectare.
Concrete actions must take place to create sustainable financing models and give smallholder farmers the tools they need to thrive. Let's join our hands and minds to develop creative solutions and new responses for a resilient and sustainable agriculture in Africa.
Beth Dunford is the Vice President for Agriculture, Human and Social Development at the African Development Bank. Beth, it's so good to have you at your own conference as co-host. You're welcome to the lectern.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, development partners. Good morning, distinguished representatives of government and the private sector. Importantly, smallholder farmers, all protocols observed. Karibu and welcome to our high-level conference on scaling finance for smallholder farmers in Africa. And I extend my gratitude of the African Development Bank Group to host with the government of Kenya as well as the Pan-African Farmers Organization, who are co-organizers of this conference. We thank you for your collaboration and importantly your inspiration to create 2 days of conferencing that we are determined to be a success. My appreciation also goes to our esteemed partners. Your participation alone demonstrates commitment to a bold vision for financing Africa's smallholder farmers. We gather today in recognition of a fundamental truth. Africa cannot feed itself without its smallholder farmers. Smallholder farmers and small and medium enterprises supply 80% of the food produced and processed in Africa. At the same time, Africa's smallholder farmers are often the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change and market failures. Africa's smallholder farmers are the foundation of rural economies, yet they face significant obstacles to access finance. For some of you joining today, these numbers may sound familiar. For the rest of us, they should be very frustrating to hear. Currently, only 6% of African smallholder farmers can access credit, and less than 20% of Africa's smallholder farmers use improved seed. Africa's smallholder farmers face a staggering $75 billion of financing gap per year, meaning that's the amount of investment that they cannot afford, investment needed for equipment, tools, inputs, services, the very basics they need to be productive and resilient. So, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, we can help change this reality, and that is why we are here today. I am thrilled that the African Development Bank, under our Feed Africa strategy, has invested more than $10 billion in agriculture since 2016. Through the bank's Africa Emergency Food Production Facility, this was our response to the disruption of food supplies arising from the Russian-Ukraine war. We have provided 12 million farmers with improved seeds and fertilizers, and this action led to an additional 35.6 million metric tons of food produced on this continent. So these are a few examples of how the bank is walking the talk to help Africa's smallholder farmers. Today we've teamed up, like we said, with the government of Kenya and the Pan-African Farmers Organizations to explore ideas that move beyond emergency responses. So we're looking to see today how to galvanize support to deliver sustainable financing to Africa's smallholder farmers. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, providing smallholder farmers with access to credit is essential to unlocking long-term gains in farmer productivity and incomes. And this conference is designed to help us ensure that we all go home with actionable plans to deliver full-scale programs that drive impact for these vital communities. So some steps to help us get started. We need to pursue innovative financing models to de-risk through risk-sharing facilities, blended finance, and other services. One example from Zambia, our African Emergency Food Production Facility established a risk-sharing facility that enables commercial banks to lend directly to smallholder farmers. So let's look at technology to welcome more of Africa's smallholder farmers into the agri-tech age. Digital programs like Hello Tractor and Apollo Agriculture are revolutionizing smallholder financing by leveraging digital payments and other services. The bank is thrilled with our new partnership with MasterCard called the Mobilizing Access to the Digital Economy Alliance, or MADE Alliance Africa. So this collaboration with MasterCard and its Community Pass program will in part boost adaptation of agriculture technologies and improve smallholder farmer incomes. So let's embrace the public-private partnerships. Government must enable the private sector to lead. The Better Life Farming Alliance for Africa is already supporting some 700,000 African farmers, and that's proof that these partnerships work. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this conference is not for 2 days of talking. It is about action. And what we need to do is first to identify models that we know work to provide access to finance for smallholder farmers. So we know what models work. We're going to be talking about them today, and we need to figure out a plan to scale these across the continent. Identify models that work. Secondly, we would like to see strong government commitment to dedicating resources from national budgets, from places like the African Development Bank country allocations, to dedicating these resources to de-risking commercial bank lending to smallholder farmers. We're asking for that commitment here in the next 2 days. And third, we at the African Development Bank are committed to work with our board and our partners here to do all we can to mobilize resources to de-risk lending from our own bank's balance sheet to scale up access to smallholder farmers. So over the next 2 days, I'm asking all of you here, every time you leave a conference room, leave with a deal or a partnership or a new financial commitment that could transform a smallholder farmer's life. The African Development Bank, we are ready to work with you all to drive this transformation. Together, we will finance the future of African agriculture. Together, we can feed Africa. Thank you, and Asante Sana.
Our conference will be conducted and interpreted in 3 languages. English is channel 1, French is channel 2, and Portuguese is channel 3. Our opening remarks will continue in French. Ibrahim Koulibaly is president of the Pan-African Farmers Organization. Thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, the moderator, for the floor. First and foremost, I would like to start by sincerely thanking the Kenyan authorities who were generous enough to host this first high-level conference dedicated to smallholder financing. I would like to thank the President and all the authorities of the African Development Bank, our continental bank, that has lived to its promise to finance our dear continent. I would like to thank, ladies and gentlemen, ministers who came to this meeting. I would like to thank all the participants, my colleagues, smallholders here present in this room. Ladies and gentlemen, we are full of emotion this morning to take the floor in this august meeting on behalf of 65% of the population of our continent, who are the smallholder farmers. Certainly, we would like to laud the huge efforts deployed by all the stakeholders to this intractable issue that is funding of smallholder and rural agriculture in Africa. But I would also like to recall, like it has been said by the Vice President before me, that only 6% of African farmers have access to bank financing. Yet, 80% of food in Africa is produced by these smallholders. 60 to 70% of direct and indirect jobs are created by these smallholders. And this agriculture contributes between 15 to 40% of the GDPs, according in some countries. 95% of us solely depend on rain-fed agriculture. In a context where we have climate change, with that, Africa is the country that has 60% of arable land in the world. Africa is a continent that has the youngest population. Africa is the continent that is awash with water resources, and also a market of more than 1 billion consumers. Investing in this potential is not just a question linked to people living in rural areas. This is a life matter. It's life and death for Africa. The current situation is unsustainable, ladies and gentlemen. 20 years after taking a strong political commitment to invest in agriculture in Maputo, Malabo, and lastly Kampala, we have to recognize that solutions are not coming through. It is a high time to meet, to discuss, and to build together so that we can get on with it. If we want to save our cherished continent from famine, malnutrition, poverty, conflicts that are becoming more and more violent and recurrent in our countries, the only solution resides in creating millions of jobs in the agricultural sector. There is no other sector that can create as many jobs, so we don't have any other options than to find the true solutions, the real innovations, so that we can put behind us this phase of low access to funding by our smallholders. So we need to give them sustainable funding. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to thank the African Development Bank, an institution that has shown its innovation and for some time now has come to listen to other non-state actors by creating a dedicated department to listen to non-state actors. It is through this that through robust partnership that we have built and our clarion call has been heard by the authorities of the African Development Bank. We need to thank them for that. By creating this opportunity, no doubt, we are not just having another conference, but we are planting the seeds. We are planting the seeds that will soon germinate to bring credible, sustainable, functional solutions for accessible financing to the vast majority of smallholders. Other continents have found solutions. There is no reason why Africa should not find the appropriate solutions. And for that, what we need is simply more inclusion, more innovation, and I was going to say more audacity by all the actors. And I dare believe that together we are going to create the necessary conditions for that new audacity to resolve this problem once and for all. I wish us fruitful deliberations. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Our keynote comes from James Mwangi, Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of the Equity Group. I do not know how audacious his keynote will be, but he has been given that challenge. Welcome.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Africa Development Bank and your partners, it's a real privilege and an honor for me to start before you with that challenge articulated as you have had. But I think the challenge was even raised higher by the Reudo, who spoke eloquently on the clip we saw of how frustrated she was as a small-scale farmer, and then the relief that she called a game changer when she got financing. So essentially, the question is, how do we make it to happen to all small-scale farmers? Lack of finance to them is frustration, and access to finance is a game changer. I guess I was picked on to speak on behalf of accessing finance to small-scale farmers because I'm born and brought up in a small-scale farm. And so I understand this subject very well. And those who know equity is home to small-scale farmers. So we really have an idea. But I think mine is to really make a call for fierce urgency of now, closing the gap of African small-scale holder farmers. And when we say now, honorable guests, distinguished colleagues, Mid Alliance partners, ladies and gentlemen, now is now. The small-scale farmer, if we contextualize, is set up to produce 70% of the food needs or the agricultural needs of the continent. The small-scale farmer competes for inputs at the same price with large-scale farmers, competes with the commercial farmers for inputs. But they are competing when the small-scale farmers' productivity is an eighth, and at best, a sixth of the productivity of a large-scale commercial farmer. And that is the paradox we need to resolve. You can talk about financing and everything else. Unless we solve that fundamental issue, that the small-scale farmer competes in the same market with the commercial farmer for inputs, fertilizers, seeds, and the market price is the same, but their production is an eighth. And that tells you the economics of why financing to the small-scale farmer has failed. So the issue before us is larger than financing. To me, Honorable Minister, because it is good to address myself to the Minister of Agriculture in Kenya, the solution lies at putting the small-scale farmer at par with the large-scale farmer, with the commercial farmer, in terms of productivity. So the real game changer is how do we increase the productivity of the small-scale farmers? How do we increase? If large-scale farmers and commercial farmers are getting finance, we have not sat here to address their needs. They don't need to be addressed in a conference. Banks are financing them. The only difference between the small-scale farmers and large-scale farmers is the equation of economics. But if I get an eighth from the market, from what my competitor is getting, then I start out as a risky actor. So, Honorable Minister, we are talking about the risk of production. Why is the productivity of the small-scale farmer so low that it's perceived as a risk by financiers? Financiers don't avoid and don't see the credit risk of the small-scale farmer. They see the production risk. That is what is between the small-scale farmer and access to finance. And until we confront that construct, next year, Africa Development Bank will call another conference, and we shall talk, like we have been talking for the last 30 years. We'll keep on talking, because we are not addressing the real issue. The real issue is the failure of the market for the small-scale farmer. And they fail because the small-scale farmer is confronted with the challenges that make them uncompetitive in a marketplace. Finance operates in a marketplace, a competitive marketplace. And that's why commercial farmers, large-scale farmers don't have a problem of finance. But the farmer who buys the fertilizer at the same price with the large-scale farmer, buys the seeds at the same, sells the same price in the marketplace, is producing an eighth. When he looks at the equation of revenue and cost, they always end up at a loss. And if you're adding your operations at a loss, there is nobody to back you, because anybody who backs you, you share losses. You don't share profits. The small-scale farmer must be made profitable, and must be only made profitable by increasing their productivity. And I have a few suggestions on how maybe to deal with this. And maybe, Honorable Minister, I want again to speak about the role of government. And the biggest role the government can play is to address the weak agricultural advisory and extension services. If the government addresses that, then the capacity, the competence of the small-scale farmer will be significantly elevated. They will understand, and their productivity can grow up, can increase, let's say 2 times, so that the gap is no longer 8, but 4 times. We have increased productivity 4 times using capacity building. The biggest de-risking mechanism of the scale farmer is capacity, because he becomes the agent of transforming agriculture, but a capacitated agent. The second one, let me address myself just before I leave you, Honorable Minister. We think you can do also more on issue of policy. Well, the biggest problem is that And Honorable Minister, I will be very honest. I hope I will not lose your friendship. Governments have always treated small-scale farming as a social sector. Honorable Minister, small-scale farming is a commercial sector. It competes with the large-scale and the commercial farmers. We must put in place policies that provides public infrastructure to small-scale farmers. Farmers cannot afford public, what one you could call agricultural infrastructure on their own. Large-scale farmers, large commercial farmers can afford. Me and you come from a region where we used cooperatives to provide infrastructure to small-scale farmers, collectively owned. The cooperative movement needs to be put in place, particularly the production infrastructure that supports the farmer. Ideally, that can be done by policy, but policy is not enough. For us with vehicles, government provides us with public infrastructure called roads. For those who fly, government provides us with infrastructure that it calls airports. For those who ship, government provides them with a public infrastructure called ports. What infrastructure does government provide to the small-scale farmers? As a public infrastructure, as a public good. For the Gen Zs, you have provided internet infrastructure. That question has never been answered. I hope, Beth, this is not the last time you invite me to address your conferences. But it so be it, I think we have to confront this issue. We are not investing adequately to the people we are relying to produce 70%. We invest in everybody else other than small-scale farmer. Public infrastructure, and these may be markets, may be irrigation programs, and anything that facilitates the farmer. There is a case that can be made. I think lastly, Honorable Minister, is policies that makes markets work. At the moment, markets don't work for small-scale farmers. Price volatility and post-harvest losses are the biggest challenges to the small-scale farmer. Those issues can be dealt at policy level and public infrastructure to support small-scale farmers. And hopefully, Honorable Minister, we can also extend market information gaps and unfair trading systems can be dealt with the policy. I think there is nobody who is extracted from than the small-scale farmer. Whether it's the broker, that's where there is the largest number of intermediaries and brokers, all extracting. We need to mainstream this. But I think it's not just about government. I think the development partners who have been in this space for the last, since 1947, but we haven't cracked it. What is really missing? I think really what is missing is development partners thinking they can do it on a standalone silo style. I think you have enormous finance, but that finance might be very, very effective if you made it blended finance, not standalone finance. There is enough providers of finance. Donor, development partners finance would serve enormously if it became blended finance. If it becomes blended finance, it will stop distorting markets and it start making markets. It will be a facilitator. It will be a proof of concept, and it will be used to de-risk the rest of the finances and support government in fulfilling its mandate. then have no choice but then to come to the financial institutions. And I left it last because that's where I am. I think we in the banking industry or financial systems, we must address inadequate financing mechanisms. They're inadequate. What we have today doesn't address. But truly, with all the honesty, we can't do it alone. We need to sit all together. Those who are giving us breaded finance support us. Those who are de-risking the farmers do the de-risking, and together we can co-create. This will require co-creating if we have to have adequate mechanisms of financing small-scale farmers. The amount of finance is limited. We say most of the economies, including the Kenyan economy, more than 30% of our GDP comes from agriculture. But if you look at the financial sector, we only carry 3% of our balance sheet in agriculture. There is disparity. Agriculture doesn't get a commensurate funding. And we need to move financial sector balance sheets from 3% to 30% being dedicated to agriculture. That is when agriculture will get sufficient commensurate funding to its contribution to GDP. But we can do better if we can reach 40, because when you look at occupation, agriculture provides livelihoods to about 70% of the population, but it gets 3. We decided to confront this situation 5 years ago as Equity and said, we'll set an incredible target that by 2030, 30% of our lending must be in agriculture. It looked audacious, it looked impossible, but we were deliberate and intentional. And we said we will not do this in conferences, we'll do this in the farms. Honorable Minister, the just finished audit confirmed 16% of all our lending is now in agriculture. So it can be done. But it has been done because of partnership. And allow me to take 1 minute. The first biggest partnership we had was with AGRA. And it all started when President Adeshina was the president of AGRA. And Honorable Minister, you know Kilimo Biashara. It's now the biggest driver of agriculture in Kenya as financing. We partners with the 3 Rome-based UN agencies, IFAD, FAO, and truly today, all their programs are with Equity. They have helped to de-risk, and so we are able to be bold and courageous. But the biggest partnership came from MasterCard Foundation, who said, here is the money. Train all the farmers that you are leading, and we shall also share the credit risk. And they took 40% of our credit risk. And that is how we became very, very bold. Our next step is to approach the development banks and say, looks like the problem has been solved. So Beth, I'm headed to Africa Development Bank. Propaco has come on board, KFW has come on board. KFW, their partnership, we have rolled 20 irrigation schemes. 20 irrigation schemes for small-scale farmers. And that is very transformational. So these things can be done, and that's how we have built the balance sheet, through irrigation schemes and transformational projects. So what I'm saying, it can be done. It should be really done. But there is one problem we have to handle together, and I have no solution, but I know it needs to be handled. The issue of climate change and external shocks. The biggest threat to small-scale farmers is not finance, it's climate change. We have watched it. The reason why we have gone to irrigation is we have realized rain-fed reliant agriculture seems to be something of the past. Before I woke up from the seat, we were talking with the minister about rains. We got rain 2 weeks ago and farmers planted. And then suddenly rain disappeared until last night. And the question is, if the seeds had germinated, after that rain, the farmers have to plant again. That, to me, is the vagaries of climate change. The droughts, the storms that we are seeing is not a risk, not a shock that small-scale farmers can deal with. We have together find a solution of mitigation and adaptation. I want to thank Beth, using your forum, IFC. IFC chose to support equity together with IFAD. And today, last year, we were named the bank with the largest number of loans and mitigation and adaptation scheme in the entire world. So what we're saying is that this thing will require a lot of partnerships and collaborations. And I'm really glad that Africa Development Bank and your partners, Government of Kenya, the Farmers Association, you have pulled us together. The new leadership that will deliver for small-scale farmers is partnerships and collaborations. Let me add, ladies and gentlemen, by saying we can't afford to wait. The time for incremental change has passed. We have the solutions, and we have seen proven models that work. What we need now is scale, is speed, and strategic collaboration between the public and the private and civil society. Governments must create enabling policies that provide financial incentives, risk-sharing mechanism, and investment in rural infrastructure. Financial institutions must design innovative lending models tailored to small-scale farmers, leveraging fintech, mobile banking, and alternative credit scoring systems. Agribusinesses must integrate farmers into structural value chains, offering them access to finance, inputs, and guaranteed markets. Development partners must prioritize blended finance mechanisms that de-risk agriculture, investment, and attract private sector participation. Technology providers must continue to develop and scale digital solutions that enhance access to finance, market data, climate-smart practices. We must act now, not tomorrow, not even next year, but just now. If we commit to be bold, immediate action, we can transform smallholder farmers from a struggle for survival into a driver of prosperity. Addressing these challenges requires a multi-stakeholder approach that brings together governments, financial institutions, agribusinesses, development organizations, technology providers in order to scale affordable financing models tailored to small-scale needs, strengthen input supply chains and access to quality farm inputs, expand digital extension services and real-time market data platforms, develop a climate-smart agricultural programs to enhance resilience and improve rural infrastructure and storage facilities to reduce post-harvest losses. Working together, we can ensure that Africa does not just feed itself, but it feeds the world. The time is now. The solution exists. Let's make it happen together. Thank you, Africa Development Bank, for bringing us together.
Our final co-host is the Republic of Kenya. Senator Mutahi Kagwe is the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development for the Republic of Kenya. Thank you for hosting us.
Thank you very much. I want to start by confirming to my brother, Vince Mwangi, that he is still my friend. Madam Beth Danford, Vice President of the African Development Bank, fellow ministers of Agriculture and Rural Development, governors of the African Development Bank, Mr. Coulibaly, the CEO of Pan-African Farmers Organization, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. May I wish you a good morning, and please accept my very warm welcome to Kenya. I hope that after this conference, you'll afford yourselves a few days, at least I know I convinced my brother from Nigeria, a few days to enjoy the diverse range of tourism Kenya offers, whether it's wildlife safaris in the national parks, a quick trip to our beach, or some delightful bird watching in Rift Valley Lakes region. Since we are gathered here to discuss agriculture and our small-scale farmers, you may also wish to indulge in some small farm tourism so that you can witness for yourselves what our local tea and coffee farmers experience from planting to processing, or what our flower farmers go through in order to beautify the world with Kenyan roses. For now, it's my great honor to address you today on a matter that is important to me as an individual. As James Mwangi says, we come from a background of small-scale farming, and most importantly, to its long-term sustainability, the need for practical, repeat, practical and inclusive financing solutions for agriculture. As we are all each aware, agriculture remains, and it has been said here, the backbone of our continent, providing the livelihoods of our people, over 60% of Africa's population, and contributing significantly to GDP. Yet, despite its importance, and the fact that agriculture is one of the most widely discussed topics, our small-scale farmers, the very people who feed our nations, continue to struggle with accessing the financial resources needed to grow and sustain their enterprise. Today, we convene compliments of the African Development Bank. Thank you very, very much. And on platform, whom I would like to graciously thank. We have the unique opportunity to place the farmer at the focal point of our deliberations, and crucially, transition these discussions from high-level interrogations of food security, food dependence, nutrition, subsidies, and financing into tangible, impacting deliverables for the farmer. In short, what does the farmer, the one we are discussing here, need in order to feel empowered and capacitated? In my discussions with them, with the farmers, the fundamentals are really simple. And what they have been telling me is that you are talking in very sophisticated manner in a very towards a very simple subject. The biggest hand of farmers face is limited access to affordable credit due to lack of collateral, credit histories, and financial literacy. As a result, they rely on high interest informal lending or inadequate government subsidies, preventing them from accessing essentials like fertilizers, high-yield seeds, and modern agricultural inputs. Climate change, as the previous speaker said, further exacerbates these challenges, keeping millions trapped in poverty and limiting Africa's agricultural potential. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if we are to build a resilient and sustainable Africa, we must recalibrate agricultural financing to directly address these core farmer challenges. Agriculture is more than a food source. It's a driver of economic growth, job creation, and food security. And it is anchored by small smallholder farmers. This matter is not that complicated. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, should we invest in the farmer by ensuring that they have technical support on soil analysis, financing labs, financing soil analysis capacity? We will enable our farmers to understand their soil nutrients composition, pH levels, and potential disease risks. In doing so, they will be capacitated to apply the right soil treatments to improve crop yields, increase long-term soil health and sustainability, and improve resilience to pests and climate-related challenges. Similarly, if we invest in fertilizer access, fertilizer companies, fertilizer blenders, etc., for African farmers, not just as a moral obligation, but as a strategic economic opportunity, we will realize far-reaching benefits that developed economies we are competing with have achieved. Studies show that every dollar invested in fertilizer generates multiple returns in farm productivity, rural incomes, and economic growth. And in Africa, we are consuming per unit 25% what our competitors are consuming. By funding fertilizer accessibility, we will drive sustainable agricultural transformation, helping millions of farmers transition from subsistence farming to commercial viability. Practical things. When it comes to cold chain facilities, we should realize that through a simple task, such an investment should be a game changer for Africa's agricultural sector, realizing, of course, that 40% of food produced in Africa is lost post-harvest due to inadequate storage and transportation infrastructure. And I agree with James Mwangi that governments must invest more in this area. Cold chain investments will not only reduce food waste, but also extend the shelf life of perishable goods, open new markets for farmers, and increase overall food supply stability. This is even more compelling when praised with the context of the growing demand for fresh produce and dairy, both locally and internationally. Ladies and gentlemen, with a focus on these basic thematic areas, we will promote industrialization such as agribusiness, agro-processing industries, and create therein new markets and new jobs that our youthful population so desperately needs. By extension, stronger value chains bode well for the strengthening of our regional economic blocs, and they catalyze the aspirations of the African continent free trade area. Ladies and gentlemen, everything I've said is within reach because we have the capacity to recalibrate our financing models into sustainable solutions that are simple and readily deployable. Our African banks have the capacity to develop tailored financial products by innovating beyond traditional loan structures and creating flexible, low-interest credit products designed for smallholder farmers. With retro effort, they can create input financing, warehouse receipt systems, and value chain financing models. Our banks can also expand risk mitigation tools by encouraging agriculture-specific insurance schemes and guarantee funds that reduce lending risks for both banks and farmers, ensuring that adverse climate conditions or price fluctuations do not lead to financial ruin. When it comes to technology, we can all take a riff actually from Dr. Andesina, what he did in Nigeria during his days as Minister for Agriculture, where he leveraged technology to accelerate efficiencies. I can see us in Kenya, where mobile banking, fintech solutions, and blockchain technology are already entrenched, using digital financial services to reach unbanked rural farmers in need of fertilizers through quick, cost-effective loan disbursements and repayment via mobile platforms. Lastly, I'm persuaded that we, that is, governments, banks, development institutions, must strengthen our public-private partnerships. We can provide better support to the cooperatives, aggregators, and make financing more attractive through subsidies, incentives, and co-funding arrangements, and ultimately de-risk agricultural investments. Ladies and gentlemen, rather than belabor this issue further, allow me to call us to action, because the time to act is now. If we prioritize innovative, practical financing measures, we will transform agriculture from a struggling sector into a thriving end-to-end business that fuels Africa's growth and prosperity. Let us commit to ensuring that no farmer is left behind due to lack of financing. I am united with you in this cause, and thank you for dedicating yourselves to a stronger, food secure, and prosperous Africa. By the end of the day, let us unsophisticate this very simple way. Let's be as practical as we can. If we are practical, we can reach the small-scale farmer. Asanteni sana. God bless our farmers. God bless Africa.
You have heard a broad look at what it is like for smallholder farmers. We are now going to delve much deeper with our very first plenary conversation. It will be about landscaping. What is the scene for smallholder farmers? And then what kind of financing is needed? Walking from the third row up until the stage takes some time. I would like you to applaud as I mention the names. See if you can keep it going. I'm going to aim for 30 seconds of applause. And we start with Dan Cook, Executive Director of IAS Advisors. Elizabeth Simadala, President of East Africa Farmers Federation. Sami Khan, ESG Investment Director at Bayer. And Connor Brosnan, Chair and CEO and co-founder of Small Foundation. Thank you so much for the applause. Dan, in a sentence, tell everybody who might not know what you do.
Sure, I'm the Executive Director of ISF Advisors. We're a design catalyst. That's the initiative for smallholder finance. And our mission is to mobilize investment in smallholder finance and agriculture.
Elizabeth.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a smallholder farmer and the president of the Eastern Africa Farmers Federation, which is a regional farmer organization in 10 countries of Eastern Africa, representing 25 million smallholder farmers, and a member of the Pan-Africa Farmers Organization. Thank you.
Farmers always get spontaneous applause. Sami.
Good morning. It's an honor to be here. I'm representing Bayer. For those of you who are not familiar, Bayer is the largest agricultural enterprise at the upstream level. We're the market leader in crop inputs and climate resilient seeds in Africa, and it's an honor to be here.
Connor, welcome.
Thank you, everybody. My name's Connor. I'm the CEO of Small Foundation. Small Foundation focuses on poverty in sub-Saharan Africa, particularly rural poverty. We've been working in Africa for nearly 18 years, always looking at the smallholder farmer and the landscape, the intermediaries supporting the smallholder farmer. And just very quickly, I feel very at home surrounded by green. I'm Irish and today's St. Patrick's Day, so happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody.
Elizabeth, You've heard our high-level speakers talking about smallholder farmers. From your perspective, what does the landscape look like? What are your challenges?
Yeah, thank you very much. I actually, when I was seated there listening to the high-level speakers, my question that was lingering in my mind was, I think we all know what to do. Where is the problem? Because I heard from Beth, from the Africa Development Bank, the farmers organization PAFO, from Dr. Mangi and the government representative. We all know what to do. Then why is this financing gap still existing? And I think from the farmer's perspective, I would say it's just because all the different speakers have reduced us to the level where they feel that we are recipients of handouts. We are not being looked at as equal partners who are contributing to the agricultural transformation. And yet, collectively, as smallholder farmers, we are the biggest investor. We are investing more than any partner who is in this room. And if you're ready to challenge me, then we can go into the details of how much as smallholder farmers we are investing. From Beth, she mentioned that smallholder farmers are receiving 6% of financing. When I computed based on the PAFO membership, which is about 85 million smallholder farmers, that means about 7 million smallholder farmers receiving financing, which is a very small number to create agricultural transformation. So I really think we need to see how we can increase more financing for smallholder farmers. From Mangi, I hope we will continue to be friends. You mentioned that actually smallholder agriculture is not risky, but the risk is around production. But on production, I was very curious to hear from you, what do you fund when you talk of production? Because if we are to unpack production, it carries a lot. There's a lot we talk about. The issues of labor, issues of mechanization, access to seed, to certified seed, to fertilizer, you know, the whole, it's a lot. But you will realize that most of these financing institutions, they always fund one piece of what is involved in production. And that, again, cannot create a significant impact when it comes to production.
Elizabeth, as you were speaking, Connor was writing down notes. Would you like to know what he wrote down? Connor, can you share?
Yeah, well, there was a lot of things that we agree with. So the first thing was not being focused on handouts. We look at micro, small and medium enterprises and that ecosystem in a rural context. And we very much see the smallholder farmer as being a micro enterprise. And then maybe similar to Elizabeth, a lot needs to be financed. Time and time again, we come across companies, enterprises who have an idea, but they find that they end up having to fund every bit of the value chain. So how can we get to a stage where we're looking holistically at the rural-facing MSME ecosystem, looking at aggregators, logistics, warehousing, looking at input suppliers, at all the individual people that operate and support smallholder farming.
Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate those comments. And my organization, we've done a lot of studies of the flows of financing in this space. And as Beth Dunford said at the outset, there's a $75 billion financing gap. If you look at the existing supply, I find it helpful to break it down into three main channels through which farmers get financing. First channel is through commercial financial institutions, banks and microfinance institutions, which we know is challenging because the economics don't always work, the collateral is tricky, And as James Wangi said, it's often done in partnership with support and guarantees to de-risk that. Second major channel is informal. You have village and savings and loans programs and savings and credit cooperatives where farmers can access financing, but this is often expensive and it doesn't often address the specific agriculture needs. The third channel I find is very interesting, and it's also interesting that it's roughly equal proportion of the existing financing through these three channels. The third one is in the value chain. A lot of the off-takers pre-finance the farmers in order to buy their inputs because they see it's in the better good of that collaborative partnership. And what's also interesting about the off-takers is they often do that below prime. They're often willing to offer finance below the risk-free rate of banks because they get a better product, they get more reliable supply. So it's a really interesting channel to look at the value chain and how to unlock the financing from the off-takers to the farmers.
Sammy, so the key here is you've got to find a way of unlocking smallholder financing for farmers. What is the secret? What have you found that is working?
Yeah, that's a big question. A couple of things here. I think based on what the speaker said earlier, this is definitely a sort of a vicious circle that smallholder farmers are trapped in. And it's a vicious circle that continues to repeat itself, starting with access to poor quality farm seeds, lack of training, lack of capacity development leading to poor productivity, post-harvest losses, and low incomes and not being able to remain competitive. So I think based on what everybody has said earlier, we each in our specific role have to have the audacity, the wherewithal, step up to the plate to play a critical and catalytic role in the agriculture supply chain. From Bear's perspective, and I'll share some examples of what we are doing to unleash or unlock this innovative finance. We are working with about 53 million smallholder farmers every year. We expect that to go to about 100 million by 2030. In Africa alone, we deal with about 11 million smallholder farmers, and we expect that to double to 22 million. What we need to do is to sort of think out of the box. How do we create climate resilience? As a lot of speakers have talked about the impact of climate change. What are the interventions we can do at the agricultural value chain level to attract financial investment? We 100% agree with what you said, that smallholder farmers are a great commercial opportunity. Whatever we do with smallholder farmers is not about handouts. We believe that incorporating smallholder farmers as part of an inclusive value chain, combined with climate resiliencies, combined with capacity development and training, the right partnerships, market linkages, and creating last mile delivery mechanisms to provide high quality farm inputs, and having the offtake agreements will help to create not just innovation, but lasting and sustainable inclusion for smallholder farmers as we move forward.
Elizabeth, what has been your experience of trying to get financing and the farmers that you work with and you represent? Can you give us an example? Tell us how that is working for you right now, if it is.
Yeah, I think our experience has not really been good. If you speak to majority of our members, they will tell you that the road to access to financing is rough, is full of thorns. Much as Mwangi was speaking to us with really sweet words. But he will tell you that his agriculture department is it has less human resource capacity, but also the team does not really understand our language as farmers' organizations.
So what language are you speaking and what language are they speaking?
I'm coming to that.
Okay.
And when it comes to the interest rates, I was also curious to hear from him at what interest rate is he lending to smallholder farmers. But majority of the commercial institutions are lending to us at more than 20% interest rate. So you can imagine the situation of a smallholder farmer. From my experience, We have an e-granary platform, which is a farmer-led platform that aggregates farmers from markets, working from markets backwards. And we have a database of 250 smallholder farmers whom we've been tracking for the last over 5 years, knowing what they grow, their production capacities, and all that. And as a farmer federation, we've been there to build the capacities of these farmers and their subnational farmer organizations to address issues of extension that were also highlighted. And actually, we are combining both physical and e-extension. But the challenge comes to access to financing, where a farmer has to present collateral in form of title deeds. And this smallholder farmer does not have that collateral. But as a federation, we have collateral in form of data of their production, and we are there to act as a guarantor. But approaching Vision Fund, which is one of the financiers, then it requests you even to open an escrow account where you have to put money as guarantor to be able to provide funding for smallholder farmers. So that is, in short, the situation on ground. However, the financing that we would need as farmers' organization, maybe if I can dive into that. He mentioned about production, but we need a holistic approach where each part of the value chain is financed holistically. Production, the post-harvest, we need to see it holistically approached. And the other biggest elephant in the room is the after-harvest price risk. That is the turnaround between when the farmer is harvesting and at the time the farmer puts whatever they produce to the market. Because it takes about a month, but within this month, a farmer has a number of needs that they need to satisfy, and they require financing. So that financing, if given to a smallholder farmer, can even increase their income by more than 50%, because the price at the point of production is different from the price that is given after a month when the farmer is able to bulk within that month. So can we have that working capital that is favorable for the farmers to be able to go through that kind of period from the financials? I think it would be a good price. Thank you.
I was just thinking on Elizabeth's remarks. I mean, we ask a lot of the government, right, to promote and regulate agriculture finance. And the reason it's hard is that agriculture finance, it gets lost in the cracks between many ministries, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Finance for one. In fact, there's a study that showed in Kenya alone, there are 20 different government agencies that are involved in agriculture finance. And that's very difficult then to create a unified strategy. Because in addition to Ministry of Agriculture and Finance, you have Consumer Protection, Central Bank, farmers use M-Pesa, so you're talking about digital regulation, and many, many more. In the Philippines, there's a single agency that is tasked with creating a common vision and then organizing and ensuring that different agencies are regulating in support of a common vision. Similarly, in Bangladesh, you have a department within the central bank, again, tasked with aligning policy across the government in order to support agriculture finance. So I think, it's partnership, as James Wangi said, not just between private sector and government, but it's partnership within the government to create common aligned vision in order to enable Elizabeth and the farmers to access the services they need.
Sammy, go ahead.
Yeah. Elizabeth talked about this concept of a holistic approach. We very much echo that. In fact, what we are actually have implemented over the last couple of years is sort of a holistic system solution-based approach across the agriculture value chain anchored on regenerative agriculture, which addresses a number of things that you talked about in terms of building up the requisite data supported by our proprietary digital platforms. We have shown in the past that smallholder farming is profitable, commercially viable, and scalable. We started a pilot project called Better Life Farming Centers, as opposed to what I heard earlier, there's something called Better Life Alliance, something different. We started this back in 2018 in partnership with IFC and NetFM. The whole idea was to create a sort of a one-stop shop for smallholder farmers located in very remote, rural areas and hard-to-reach places. We started off across Asia Pacific. It's, like I said, a last mile center which provides farmers access to the highest quality inputs, as well as provides some potential market linkages and offtakes. We've got 3,600 centers. Farmers have benefited tremendously from a profitability perspective. We have recently introduced that concept into Africa. We are in Côte d'Ivoire, and we are also in Tanzania with about 80 centers. In the next 2 to 3 years, we hope to expand to another 250. I think one of my colleagues, Julia Duncan, has taken our colleagues from AFDB to visit Côte d'Ivoire BLF, and the feedback has been very positive, and we would love to work closely with all partners. One more thing, if I could just add, we talked about the importance of having catalytic roles. Just earlier this year, we launched or announced at the World Economic Forum our partnership with Pula Foundation. Pula is essentially a digital agricultural crop insurance company. We have provided a 10 million grant for them to scale up subsidized crop insurance premiums to 10 million smallholder farmers from now to 2030. Again, this is a grant, and that is going to be primarily in a number of countries across sub-Saharan Africa, including Kenya and Nigeria, to name a few, and Bangladesh and Pakistan. And the whole idea is with that 10 million grant capital for insurance premiums, we should be able to provide up to $130 million of crop insurance coverage for smallholder farmers who need it very much, given the magnitude of climate change that's taking place right now.
Connor, if we're looking at unlocking local financing, that could be one of the solutions, right? Can you dig into that a little bit more for us?
Yeah, so, well, certainly at Small Foundation, we feel that local financing is a must. We've all seen over the past few months how fickle and essentially unreliable overseas aid can be. So I think that really focuses the mind in finding local solutions and looking at innovation, say innovations in technology. We're funding a pilot program called Emerald Africa, which looks to fund ag techs and ag associated fintechs who have a component of on-lending on their balance sheet. So there's companies like Koamana who are in Kenya and Nigeria who are digitizing local marketplaces, providing price transparency, but also providing small-scale, very short-term lending to the market traders, so they can go out and purchase goods from the farmers. It's funding a range of essentially value chain operators who again, to address Elizabeth's point, are able to fund the farmers at the farm gate fully, and then use the credit to then fund the logistics, and ultimately the access to markets, domestic and foreign. So, other innovations maybe around warehousing. We talked, it was talked a lot about post-harvest losses and the importance of infrastructure there. But once you have the warehouses, how might warehouse receipts be available to unlock lending and unlock other types of hedging and de-risking mechanisms for farmers as well?
Elizabeth, what have you heard so far that is encouraging? Because as I'm reading, we talked about speaking different languages, I'm reading frustration.
I think what I've heard from the different speakers is the need to act in partnerships. It's really important that we create an ecosystem of the different actors working in the agriculture space. But I want to challenge the point raised by my colleague here, And I think the previous speaker, I think it was the minister, talking about the warehouse receipt system. I think much as it's a pretty idea, but we also need to look at the different investments. How many warehouses do we have? I think what currently exists are the millers. And these millers are competing with farmers' organizations. We are actually like in same competition. But I think at this point, we should be getting more worried than ever before. When you look at the statistics of our Africa import bill, more than 50 billion US dollars. And then I want to borrow the words of the president of Africa Development Bank, that the future billionaires are in the agriculture sector and smallholder farmers. So the other question that I'm really posing is how are we going to be future billionaires when we are spending 50 billion on imports, and yet if we invested this 50 billion in smallholder farmers and tasked them to double their production, I think we would provide a solution to reducing this import bill. Most of the speakers raised the issue of climate change. It is the big elephant in the room, and it has no borders. So how can we support our smallholder farmers to adapt to climate change? There are several innovations in terms of green financing, in terms of green bonds. And as smallholder farmers, we have our own innovations on white paper, but we lack capacity. We lack capacity to have them as bankable proposals to be able to access these green bonds and green climate financing. And I think this is the biggest support that I would see coming from Africa Development Bank on technical assistance for the smallholder farmers to be able to come up with bankable proposals. Mwangi is seated on millions of money, but unless I'm able to present to him a bankable proposal, then I'm not able to access funds from the bank. So I think collectively, we need to support smallholder farmers in terms of capacity strengthening, but also business advisory, because whatever we do must make a business sense to us as smallholder farmers.
Dan, what is the most important thing you've either said in this session or you're about to say that will take us into the coffee break? Go ahead.
Sure. I mean, partnerships has come up over and over again, and ultimately, agriculture finance requires pluralistic solutions. There's no one channel or one financing solution. Every commodity is different. Every country is different, and so you need to look across the full swath of banks and value chain actors and microfinance institutions and fintechs and look at each commodity in order to understand the needs there. So agriculture is hard because it's not like energy where it's relatively straightforward and you can replicate over and over and over again. Agriculture is bespoke and custom to each situation. So you have to do very close analysis of the value chain, but the solutions are there and they can be unlocked through some of the mechanisms we discussed.
Sammy, what do you want people to be talking about that you said in the break that's coming up?
Yeah, I think taking a cue from what the earlier speakers have said on partnerships and the call to action, perhaps we can issue a proposition, an opportunity, since we have the key value chain partners there. We have government, we have smallholder associations, we have leading banks and local banks as well as development financial institutions. Given the importance of climate change, which Elizabeth and a number of other speakers talked about earlier, we have taken the step to invest $35 million US in one of probably the largest state-of-the-art hybrid maize seed production facility in Zambia. That's to address a number of issues related to smallholder farmers that are quite pervasive across sub-Saharan Africa and the continent, especially on maize being the staple crop, with the challenges because of the vagaries related to climate change. The proposition is how could we work together, aggregate smallholder farmers, have the bankers on the other side to see how we can scale these solutions for us to be able to provide climate resilient seeds, high quality inputs for probably one of the most important staple crops in Africa, with the view to benefit smallholder farmers, address their livelihoods, to address food security. That's a sort of a question and call for action to see how we could take this to the next level.
Thank you, and Connor.
Yeah, well, this is a massive and complex problem. So I fully agree with Dan that there's no single solution. It will take all of us working together. We all work in a different part of the ecosystem. We all have different incentives, different targets and requirements. So it really is about coming together and changing the system, changing the way it works, because one of the earlier speakers raised it. Are we going to be here in 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20 years? Like, how do we solve the problem holistically of production? How do we integrate smallholder farmers into markets? And I suppose the challenge to all of us, not least myself and other foundations, is how do we really cooperate with the African ecosystem to deliver?
Connor, you gave us 6 questions. Thank you for the coffee break. That will take us a lot to unpack. Elizabeth, Beth Dunford said at the beginning, do not leave this room without a partnership, without a deal. She was urging us to make sure that we were taking action, not just talking about taking action. What partnership, what deal, what relationship would you like to happen over the next 24 hours for the farmers that you represent?
I think mine is to invite all of us in the room to work with farmers' organizations, and by farmers' organizations, I'm meaning organized farmers' organizations, support their farmers' federations for sustainability. And the time for action is now, like you've said, and like one of the speakers said.
Yeah.
We've had the different successes by different organizations, but these are not enough. These are just islands. We need to profile them, package them properly, co-create them, and put them to scale. And you can only do that by working through and with us as farmers' organizations. Thank you.
Elizabeth, Dan, Sammy, Connor, thank you for getting started in our landscaping conversation. Many more to come. Your panel attendees, please thank them. And then, panel, we are going to mark this occasion by standing right there by that black mark and take a photograph. Everybody is released to have a coffee just outside here, and we will be back in here in 15 minutes' time to talk about successful financing models across Africa. Enjoy your break. We will see you back here in 15 minutes. If you just stand there, thank you very much. It's like a wedding, but I'm not getting married to any of you. All right, very good. Photographer, thank you.
proud of you. Africa, you are my continent. I salute you. I'm so proud of you. Africa, Nakuranda, I salute you. Nakupenda you. Africa, Nakuranda, I salute you. Nakupenda you.
Organizers, maybe if we can get these doors closed so we can start. Can I? Okay, good morning again, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the continuation of the program. I hope everybody was able to have a coffee. I'll quickly introduce myself. I'm taking over from Femi. My name is Yvonne Dege and I'm your moderator for this next session. This morning we've heard a lot about the financial landscape facing smallholder farmers and the massive financial gaps that they face in having access to finance, and the fact that they are providing over 80% of the food that we consume on a daily basis on the African continent. In this next session, we really want to now try to explore some of the financial models for scaling finance to smallholder farmers that have worked. I'm excited about this session because, as Beth said when she was giving her opening remarks, we really want everyone participating to be able to take something away from this gathering. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce the next panel. Let me welcome to the stage Mr. Chad Pollock, who's the Vice President and GM of Visa in East Africa. Please give him a round of applause as he comes up. Sieka Gatabaki, who's the Program Director of Mercy Corps AgriFin. Thank you, Sieka. Please come on up. And last but not least, Daniel Huber. You can clap for him too. Who's the Head of Community Pass Sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you very much. Right. Okay, thank you very much for taking the time, the three of you, to be here today. This morning, as I was saying earlier, we heard a lot about the massive potential opportunity that exists, opportunities to scale finance for smallholder farmers. But we also heard about the colossal financial deficit or gap, which is in the region of, I think I heard 80 billion to 100 billion US dollars. Yeah. During this session, we want to look at the landscape of smallholder financing and talk about some of the models that have worked. But first, before we do that, you've all been invited here to talk about the models that might work. So everyone in the audience, I hope you have your pen and your paper to take notes. Maybe let us set the scene to begin with, right? So I would like to hear from each of you, or I'd like each of you to just set the scene for a couple of minutes. Why don't I start with yourself, Daniel, seeing as you're right close to me?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Daniel Huber. I lead Community Pass business in MasterCard for Africa. And Community Pass is a social enterprise within MasterCard, focused on developing and rolling out digital solutions for individuals, communities, and businesses at last mile. Now, we have been at this journey for about 5 years now, working with close to 4 million farmers. And what have we seen, right? And if you go to the morning conversation with a number of our speakers, what we see as MasterCard is the fact that a lot of our farmers today are operating in very closed loop ecosystem. they are operating within themselves, and one of the critical challenge that is making it difficult for them to access financing is a lack of trust, right? And trust is a big issue that in our view needs to be unpacked, and hopefully I will do justice today to talk about what are we doing to unlock that trust between ecosystem players so that we can be able to provide financing to smallholder farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. We will come on to Community Pass at MasterCard and as an example of a model that's working. Sieka, set the scene for us. What is the current landscape like?
Thanks, Yvonne. To everyone, I'm Sieka Gadabaki, the Program Director for Mercycorps AgriFin. We've been working in the agricultural space for over 10 years now, specifically looking at how digital innovations can positively impact the livelihoods of smallholder farmers. One of the stats that maybe was not mentioned in the morning that we've seen recurrently is that about 60% of financing to smallholder farmers is actually provided by the off-takers in the value chain. So this is an interesting dynamic. We all know that the cooperatives, the different off-takers, the large business, agribusinesses that are working with these smallholder farmers are actually carrying that burden of providing finance to smallholder farmers. But oftentimes, because they're doing that, they tend to then have a big toll on their balance sheet. To some of them, almost 70% of their balance sheet liabilities goes to this, which is not their primary business. So there are a lot of challenges that they have to overcome to ensure that they can continue to provide these services to smallholder farmers. I'll touch on this as well as digital technology as we move along in this conversation.
Thank you very much, Sieka. I don't want us to get too technical yet. We're going to keep it nice and simple, right, for the audience. So again, back to the primary question. Just give us an overview, Chad, of the current landscape as you see it at Visa.
Yes. So I'm Chad Pollack. I'm the General Manager for Visa East Africa. And I'm going to take a little bit from what both gentlemen said and say copy-paste. And then I'm going to add to it that for us, we're looking at the entire value chain. What we really see are those challenges around data, transparency, the lack of the application of AI and machine learning, which are obviously becoming ubiquitous technologies. But really, how do you optimize the supply chain finance and the working capital that already exists within the anchor firms?
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have talked a little bit about, you've mentioned the trust issue, the lack of data, transparency issues. And you're all in some way involved in developing or implementing models that can work. So I want us to talk about some of those models, and I want you to explain to the audience what these models are and how they work. And then we'll go and discuss, or we'll go into discussing maybe some of the challenges with scaling those models, right? So let's start with those models. Maybe, Daniel, if you could kick off at MasterCard.
Yes.
Situate MasterCard in this, first of all, in this issue, and then tell us a little bit about Community Pass. You mentioned it earlier. Tell us a little bit about Community Pass and what it is doing to address the primary issue we're here to discuss today.
Yeah, thanks, Yvonne. So, picking from where I just started in terms of the lack of trust within ecosystem actors. And the stage was set in the morning by the speakers around, if you look at the statistics of financing in the ag sector at single digit. One of the things we've realized in our markets as we work down with our smallholder farmers through various cooperatives, through financial institutions, and through agri-techs, is the fact that farmers are actually transacting individuals. The challenge is they are only known and respected within their own ecosystem. And because of that barrier, a lot of the actors that are providing services to them have no visibility of what actually are the transactions that are taking place. So what are we doing from a Community Pass perspective? So what we've done is we've created what we call a Community Pass credential. And the credential basically, in very simple terms, is basically a secure, verifiable, and interoperable digital representation or proof point of a farmer's achievement, their capacities, and their skills. That is really what that credential is all about. And how do we do it? Now, those of us who have traveled and have come to the conference today, I'm sure when you checked into your hotel and you're paying for your hotel or you're booking into your hotel, I want to believe you probably had a MasterCard with you. And when you got in there, what you did is that you provided your card, some magic happened at that particular stage, and you saw the warm smile of the lady at the reception or the gentleman at the reception telling you, welcome to our hotel. Did they receive the money immediately for them to onboard you? No. But they trusted that because your credential was accepted in this particular hotel, they can actually provide you service without knowing your account. Can you imagine us doing the same to our farmers in the room today? That's what Community Pass is doing. We are providing credentials to the farmers through our bank partners. So we work here with, for example, Equity Bank, together with the ecosystem of aggregators here, whether it is Digical, the Agritech, whether it is KENAF, the Farmer Federation, to be able to provide that stamp of approval to a farmer's transaction. So that when the farmer is buying inputs, for example, that transaction of the farmer requesting and paying for an input becomes a digital record that is stored on their profile. When the farmer is attending a training on climate change, that particular capacity is recorded and captured as part of their profile. And when a farmer is selling their offtake, that when they are receiving that premium price, we can validate that that farmer was the actual person who actually produced that. So imagine the world of putting all that into a digital profile of the farmer and making it possible for that to be consumed by Equity Bank so that they can look at the farmer differently, because now there is something to trace that farmer and their transactions. So that's what we're doing, bringing that power back to the farmer, giving choice to the farmer, and opening up opportunities to de-risk and reduce the cost of doing business for the farmer.
Okay, Daniel, that all sounds great. This Community Pass, is it an app? Is it a website? What is it? What is the physical manifestation of it? And who are these farmers showing this credential to?
Good.
Is it a commercial bank? Who are they showing it to?
Thanks, Yvonne. So, similar to how MasterCard is rolling out programs, we play at the infrastructure layer.
Yeah.
So what we do is look at Community Pass as basically a digital highway. It is an infrastructure play that allows other actors to plug in through APIs. So the representation to a farmer is very simple. They basically need a card in their hand. That card becomes the opener for opportunities and services. For the service provider, for example, the agro-dealer, they just require their phone, where the farmer can tap their card and be served. For a banker, because they have offered that card, they can then open an account attached to that particular farmer using their own systems. So it's really different instances, as we call it, depending on the actor that we are talking about.
Great. And can you tell us how many farmers have access to Community Pass?
We are serving close to 4 million farmers today in Africa, in 4 countries. Very specifically, we are in Uganda, working with various agri-techs and working with financial institutions such as Equity Bank there. We are live in Tanzania, working with local agri-techs there. We are live in Ethiopia. I'm very proud to see my good friend, the CEO of Cooperative Bank of Oromia, one of our largest partners in Ethiopia. We are also live in Kenya here for sure, working with Equity Bank, working with KENAF, and we have just gone live in Nigeria.
Great, thank you very much, Daniel. I feel like Visa should go next. Okay, so Chad, tell us, what's going on at Visa and what are you doing, or what models are working to address this issue? Over to you.
Yes. And I think for us, we're taking a different approach. And for this panel, we've agreed we're going to be cordial cousins because there's no competition when it comes to supporting smallhold farmers. But really, we're looking at it from a innovation perspective. We're looking at it from a, like I said, supply chain management perspective, and then also from a capacity building perspective as well. So I'll just say that we haven't been as present in Africa as MasterCard. That is growing. Most of our agri-solutions exist within LAC. So we have partnerships with 24 banks across 10 countries in Latin America. And really what we look at is the entire value chain. So we go all the way from the onboarding process to the validation, to the monitoring, and then to the harvesting, to the warehousing, to distribution. And at each point within that stage, we're picking up specific data points. So we say, know your farmer. So come in, we want to know who the person is, we want to know the plot, we want to know the land, the location, what kind of soil, what are they farming. Even when it comes down to the validation, we have agro specialists come out, they do their measuring, and they're able to train the farmers along the way and assess if they're going to be eligible for credit from a financial institution. And then once they get into the actual farming portion, we're monitoring it using AI, satellites, drones, using other probes to test the health of the soil and to be able to measure the yield of those crops on the back end. And then when we get to the harvesting perspective, we're looking at how do we Uberize that? So essentially you think about it now, I'm going to age myself, but I remember when I used to go and call a cab, I used to have to wait on a corner somewhere and stick my hand up, wait for a cab to come pick me up. You tell the cab where you want to go, you pay the cab, and you get out. Now you just go to your phone, you push a button, somebody shows up. You don't have to have a conversation, they drop you off. Everything happens automatically. We're looking to do that same process when it comes to the harvesting, to the warehousing, to the distribution. All within there, again, we've extended some level of credit to the farmer. We validated that that credit is going to be de-risked because we're monitoring those test points, the yield of the crops, and be able to go back to the bank for more favorable interest rates. On the longer term, what it does is it gives FIs and it gives the fintechs that we partner with more data so they can start to lower those interest rates. But also we're leveraging the corporate balances of our corporate partners. And we actually just launched a solution 2 weeks ago, I think 3 weeks ago, called City Optimized Pay. And it's a buyer-supplier solution. And what it does is it says, you big corporate, you anchor firm, you have a credit line of $50 million. Well, now we can take that, we can leverage that to be able to pay your suppliers faster than a normal 30 to 90-day window. And then on the back end, the SME, the farmer, whoever that is, they can receive their payment via bank account, via digital wallet, all automatically, and it's all managed within this digital system. All the invoicing, everything is just digitally. So for us, we're looking at how do we digitize each one of those flows, how do we measure and optimize it, almost like a transaction flow, to make sure that data goes back to continue to drive iteration. And then the last point I'll mention is that we are starting to do things on the blockchain as well. So in Argentina, we have a blockchain product where farmers can actually convert their commodities into a stable coin and to be able to transact on that via their card for buying supplies or whatever is necessary down the road.
Thank you very much, Chad. Also, it sounds like a lot of interesting innovation and solutions that Visa's working on in respect of this issue. Let me bring in Sieka. Sieka, if you could now situate Mercy Corps, AgriFin, in this discussion and conversation. What is it that you are trying to do, and how are you doing it? Thanks,
Yvonne. And what we've been trying to do for the last 10 years plus, I think now we're doing it, and we've been doing it quite well. So to situate us in this current context, what Mercy Corps does in order to uplift the lives of smallholder farmers is we identify technologies and technology players that have the right product mix, the right technology that can truly deliver positive returns for smallholder farmers across multiple spectrums. Could be on financial services or information services. So it could be extension, good agricultural practice, climate smart agriculture, etc. And what we've been noticing over the last 10 years is one, for sure, financial service providers that are actually able to reach farmers have lost their tie. And let me speak that metaphorically. You have to be able to immerse yourself in the farmer's context. And as has been said by many other speakers, you remove some limiting concepts like collateralization. I mean, that goes out the door. You remove a lot of the other risks that you are taking into consideration and start to think from the ground up. As a farmer, how do I get them access to these services at the lowest cost possible without taking a risk on my shareholder funds? And what we found is that there's a growing movement around what we call hybrid value chain actors. And this would be your agribusinesses that have done not just the off-taking of the produce and the training and capacity building of the farmers, but they integrate technology that has allowed them to now provide services that are outside of their typical scope. So it could be financial services, and this could be either directly as an institution or in partnership with a financial service provider. So similar to what the two models that have been mentioned. Now, when you look at this hybrid value chain actors, it's a continuum. There are some that have taken a lot of those activities within their gambit. So they go all the way to actually sourcing for finance to provide these financial services. They also have integrated insurance models to allow them to de-risk some of those agricultural practices. And they have inbuilt information services that provide the farmer with the climate smart agronomics information that they would require at any one point in time. Then on the other end of the spectrum, you have these hybrid organizations that are forming a lot of partnerships in the ecosystem. And these are the ones that leverage the strengths of other players. But this partnership formation, has been mentioned previously as well, is a challenge in itself. Ensuring that you're able to share data and not feel that that data sharing comes without a what's in it for me issue in terms of, can I gain, if I share my data, what is the value in return for sharing that data? So we've seen quite a number of models, and quite a number of these institutions have been mentioned earlier on. So we've worked with organizations like Coamana that started from the very beginning as a platform that was looking to connect female farmers to food feeding centers across Nigeria. And they pivoted a number of times with the benefit of technology, allowing you to adjust your business model so you can incorporate new services and move from the tail wagging the dog to the dog wagging the tail, so to speak. Yeah, so they've moved into a marketplace platform that digitizes market vendors. And by doing that, they're able to then provide working capital to the market vendors. Many of these market vendors are actually smallholder farmers as well, especially in rural markets. And because they've digitized these markets, they're able to get real-time access to market pricing. And that pricing now becomes a new asset that they can leverage and share with the ecosystem to improve the way services are delivered, to de-risk some of these other financial services that the smallholder farmers would require. We've also worked with partners like Afex, that's doing a lot of the similar work in the warehouse receipting space. As well, they have incorporated digital financial services on their platform because they have that direct interaction with the farmer. Huba talked about trust. A lot of these off-takers have built trust because they've been off-taking from these farmers for a long period of time. Their cost to serve these farmers is much lower because they're going in with a service that they can profitably gain from by interacting directly with the farmers. So it makes sense that if they're enabled with innovations, with digital technology, they can provide a myriad of services, including either direct access to finance or a channel through which other financial services providers can provide this finance. And there are a number of these innovators that we've seen across the continent. We have DigiFarm in Kenya, Extension Africa providing digital extension services. Of course, Pula integrating with them to provide insurance services as well. So this hybrid phenomenon is, I think, one of the best ways in which we can actually solve this challenge for smallholder farmer financing.
And I love what he said about the digital marketplace. And I love what he said about the digital marketplace because that's where the world is going. Despite the fact that smartphone penetration is still relatively low in some parts of Africa, there's still that interface between digital and physical. And so when you have that digital marketplace, it allows more people to be aware of what's happening, bring people together. But then what we found is through our partnership with Thrive at Greek, we've been doing a lot of financial literacy training. And what we do is we have these hubs where we bring farmers together at these hubs. We train them on best practices. We expose them to financial products so they understand how to optimize these use cases. More so, we have exposure to them to understand what are they doing, what are their challenges, so we can use that to help inform policy and to help inform the products that we're building. And so hopefully we're looking for some support when it comes to devices and infrastructure upgrades so that they can now become a more stronger part of the digital economy, because to a degree they can be left out, but once they become a part of it, they can take advantage of this seamless transition from harvesting to warehousing to finding places to immediately offload their crops. So for me, I think digital marketplace is the way to go.
Thank you very much for that.
Could I just add?
Yes, go ahead, Daniel.
I just wanted to pick on from a second conversation. I think one of the things that, in my view, we need to amplify more is, for financial institutions to come down, like we've said that across morning, and Elizabeth talked about, let's be real to the farmer and let's listen to the farmer. One of the things we are seeing is that because there are a lot of closed loop programs that are working in agriculture that are not speaking to each other, we have a challenge that we need to be able to unpack and allow for interoperability. And I'll give you 2 examples. One is we are having very detailed conversation with CRDB Bank in Tanzania, for example, and I see Abdul Majid is here, around how can we unlock the opportunity for the farmers, given they are already tapping into African Development Bank programs. There are a number of cooperatives that are already working there, but how do we make sure that the identity of a farmer within one cooperative can be accepted into the next cooperative? So then there is that interoperability in a way in which trust is built. But what we have also seen is that we need to be simple. I think for a long time in the digital agriculture space, we have confused the farmer and every actor with all our technologies. I think it's time to take a step back and say, can we just be simple to the farmer? Can we resolve this in a business manner, a way in which we can mobilize resources and make it work? And look at the payment industry. Me and my competitor are in the space.
Cousins.
The reason why we make it work is because globally, as you travel, you can be able to easily trade without the hassle for you as a user to worry about what do I need to do to actually get up and trade. We can do the same in agriculture by linking what we are calling the information exchange and digital programs to the payment ecosystem. And I think we are very well placed to be able to bring those 2 worlds together without creating competition, without creating unnecessary conflict. And lastly, also working with government to be able to then empower the farmers to be able to know their rights when it comes to issues of data privacy, to be able to know that it is important for them to give consent when their data is being used, so that then they are not being misused in the process of providing services to them.
Thank you very much, Daniel, Chad and Sieka. The innovations and solutions that you talked about sound great, but to think about it critically, you need to be a farmer, you need to be a smallholder farmer. I'm curious, and I would love to actually hear from smallholder farmers what their feedback is, but what do you know about their experience of the solutions and innovations that we're discussing? Maybe we could start with you, Chad. What is the feedback you're getting? And then we'll move on to really how the challenges of scaling some of these ideas. But what is the feedback you're getting from smallholder farmers?
So I'm fortunate enough to where our innovation studio, which is based here in Kenya, right on Riverside Drive here in Nairobi, is run by a young lady named Olivia. She's the lady in the blue right here. She's actually a smallholder farmer. So when we design our solutions around these individuals, we have an individual that understands the challenges, that has been through those challenges herself. And also, when our executives come into market, they actually go out to farms with her to speak to farmers live. Again, just like my cousin here, we're present all around the world, 200 countries, 160 currencies. So for us, a lot of our innovations are extending from what we see in Latin America, but here on the continent, we have a solution within Cote d'Ivoire around cocoa farming. What we found was that, in Cote d'Ivoire, about 40% of the world's cocoa beans are produced in Cote d'Ivoire. However, the margins for the production is very slim. In fact, it's like 5 to 7% only on the processing and the distribution, and production is like even smaller than that. And so we were able to go to Cote d'Ivoire and be able to impact 700,000 cocoa farmers, which ultimately impacted about 5 million people that rely on that supply chain, with the card, similar to what Daniel was talking about, but it's like an identity card, it's a payment card, but also a data card that allows you to load your data about your crops and how they're doing. And so the feedback that we got from them was they now have dignity, they now have the opportunity to be able to pay wherever they want to go, they can receive their payments on the card. And in some places, the ID is just like the single source of that, right? There are many places where people can't tell who you are because there's a lack of identification. So in those cases, we found huge success, but I'm happy to take any comments or any questions from the audience as well.
Thank you very much. Daniel and Sieka, what is the feedback you're getting from farmers, briefly?
Let me jump in so that Daniel then can add from his perspective of FarmPass. So I'll talk about Kwamana. Last year, there were extreme floods in Nigeria. And a number of the farmers who were taking their wares to the marketplace lost all their produce, lost their income completely due to those floods. Now, what Kwamana has done with their platform is that for every farmer that's digitized on their platform and market vendor, they automatically get an insurance cover that is in partnership with Pooler Insurance Advisors and Leadway. For the first time, those farmers were able to receive payoffs for lost produce in this context, and they had never had insurance before. And these people were asking, they were actually saying like, wow, I mean, is this for free? How did this happen? The way their model works is that a percentage of the revenue generated from transactions on the platform goes into a community risk fund. And that is supplemented by other funds that goes to pay the premium to cover the insurance for the market vendors and farmers. So for the first time, they're able to cover a market risk that farmers were not aware could be covered. They were able to then get the benefit of that. And after that, the behavior change started to happen. They're asking, can I get more cover? Can I get covered for health? Can I get covered for other services? I now understand the importance of insurance, and I'm willing to pay for that service. So by integrating such kinds of models and bringing different players to bear and act, they're able to then create a system where you can truly help smallholder farmers prosper.
Thank you very much. Daniel, briefly, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, I think we're hearing a couple of things. Well, number one is that farmers are telling us very consistently they need respect. They need not to be treated as subjects or passive participants in this ecosystem, but they need to be seen as transacting and trading individuals. Two examples. In Kenya, we have a cooperative in Eldoret who we brought together as part of our partnership with AFDB and Microsoft. We brought in connectivity to that cooperative. You could assume that cooperatives may not really see the benefit of connectivity, but they were able to reduce their cost by almost twice, right? And shifted from the current provider to another, increased the digitization of their record, and now have secured lending from Equity Bank. If you look at the second example in Tanzania, we have a farmer who is called Jackson. Jackson comes from the Kagera region in Tanzania. And Jackson, started as a farmer digital agent for one cooperative. And look, we have used Jackson as a trainer in Tanzania, and Jackson did not complete high school. Today, Jackson, as a master trainer, has started his own cooperative that is actually aggregating coffee and selling it. They've told us, step back, respect me, allow me to be able to transact, come to me as a service provider with respect, not with counter sentence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. All the ideas shared here sound great, but we would obviously not be here if there was no problem. We're still talking about an $80 billion to $100 billion gap.
Yes.
What are the major impediments and challenges to scaling some of these innovations, and how can we overcome them? Chad.
I would say the first part begins with policy. I think that we need to be more creative and more, have a higher risk tolerance, risk appetite for policy shifts that don't just address the anchor firms, but go down to the small farmer. When we look at things like disbursements, when we look at things that will impact their infrastructure, I mean, there were the comments about how much investment goes into other pieces of infrastructure, but not so much into agriculture. So I think that needs a keen eye. The other thing I would say is, you know, we're trying to drive financial literacy in this space, but I think more broader scale financial literacy. You know, the face of the farmer is changing every day. It used to kind of be someone that was like my grandmother's age or my father's age, and now it's getting younger and younger, but it's also becoming popularized. So there's probably going to be a trend more towards getting back to these types of skill sets. So how do you inject these skill sets into the ecosystem so that they're more broadly known? So I'd probably start with those two.
Thank you very much. Sieka?
Piggybacking on some of the things he's mentioned, number one, I think to really accelerate a lot of these solutions, you need digital public infrastructure. So you need a context where, and this can only really be supported by either public-private partnerships or the public sector really driving the development of these types of infrastructure that allow for information sharing, that allow for actors to be able to cooperate and collaborate so that the best of their services can be shared amongst the ecosystem players to enrich the whole ecosystem. So when you have a digital public infrastructure base, you're able to share, as Huba was mentioning, credit information. So you're able to then tell a farmer's credit worthiness and allow different institutions to offer different services to those farmers. So digital public infrastructure is one of the key things that I see still lacking for us to take advantage of the innovations available. The second one is digital public infrastructure or digital public goods. A lot of the agricultural services are not often easily monetizable. Yeah? So you can't necessarily make money on information services, on agronomics, etc. So you do need a base of public good where it is supported to ensure that the farmers do get the training, capacity building that is required for them to perform and build their productivity and yields. I think those two areas, which are completely in the gambit of the public sector, need to be looked upon as we look to develop true innovative solutions for the agricultural sector.
Great, thank you. And Daniel, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think for me, in addition to what my colleagues have talked about, is we need a more integrated value chain. I still think that in Africa, a lot of our value chains are very loose. And because of the various actors that are in the value chain, that we are not fully integrated, the absorption capacity of credit within various value chains are still very low. So if we can be able to have a more integrated ecosystem, I think that would be great. Number two, in my view, is we need to relook at the cost of financing. I think from Dr. James Mwang in the morning, our Waziri Kagwe talked about the cooperative movement, for example. In my view, it is time to relook at the cooperative model again. And if we can be able to cascade that cooperative model in a way in which it has a business orientation, so that then cooperatives start operating as business entities, so that they can then be able to stand in the gap for the farmer to be able to accept and to be able to take on more credit facilities. I think strengthening the cooperative movement will go a long way in doing that. I think lastly for me is maybe we need to take a relook at the various mechanisms, whether it is blended financing, whether it's step-down facilities, whether it is invoice discounting. I feel like we need to relook at those models to be relevant to the various value chains. I think we have very generic financial instruments. We have a generic instrument around seed, around fertilizer, for example. How can we be able to make it more specific to value chains? And if we do that, in my view, we will then see a difference in terms of more credit going out to the sector.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It feels right to have a short Q&A. I don't know whether I can get a thumbs up, because I think, can I get a thumbs up? Can't see. Can I? I think it would be great to just have some audience interaction on this, if you're game for it. Right, okay, good. Because what we're really here to do is really explore these models, and these models, they do need some probing, maybe above my level of expertise, right? So it would be great if you have a question, I hope it's okay to do this, if you could just go to the microphone. There are 2 microphones, one on my right and one on my left. I truly hope they are working. Please say your name, what you do, why you are here, and ask a short question. We have Daniel, Sieka, and Chad. So does anybody have, great, if you could stand up, sir, And please introduce yourself and pose your question. Let us know who your question is for. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Ayodele Balogun. I'm the CEO of AFEX. And I just want to talk to the point of the why of this conversation.
It's not audible. The speaker is not audible.
Financial inclusion and increased income of the smallholder farmer.
Financial inclusion and increased income for the smallholder farmer. Daniel, you seem keen to answer.
Yes, thanks, Deji, my friend. The link between financial inclusion and income of the smallholder farmer. I think there is a link, direct answer, but I think the way we have been positioning it has been very separate. So we look at financial inclusion as a social affair to try and help farmers to become better. And we look at income as a very different element. In my view, there is a link because for you to attain financial inclusion, in fact, for me, financial security, you must be able to actually trade and get enough income that makes you financially secure. So I see those two things as linked, and we should actually be starting from income improvements that will ultimately lead to financial security.
Thank you very much. Chad or Sienna, do you want to add to that very briefly?
I agree with what he says, and one thing I would say is that through financial inclusion, the ultimate goal is to add productivity, right? So the more data you capture on these processes, the more efficiency you can find, you can start to really distribute a lot of the, I'll call it the value that exists within the existing marketplace. And so some of that should trickle down to the smallholder farmers. So the goal is that, you have the large anchor firms that, might have their larger profits, and because they have larger distribution models, et cetera, or once you can get to a stage of like higher productivity, then in fact you can sort of spread that out to the smallholder farmers, and they can begin to benefit from that. And that's where I would say the wealth generation begins to occur. And so then once you have educated them, they can maintain that wealth, and you start to look at new products such as insurance, wealth management, but it's going to take time.
Thank you very much. Sieka.
Yeah, maybe just to add one point. And I think I'll do this on the back of mobile money. And I think what mobile money has done for the general financial sector has done a lot more for smallholder farmers. The ability to access funds at close proximity to where you stay, your ability for your transactions to be seen or witnessed through a system, and you're able to then provide additional financial services or even educational services on that back end is a powerful thing. And so financial inclusion definitely, as the penetration of digital financial services, et cetera, has a direct correlation to improved productivity, incomes, and as my colleague was saying, the whole self-esteem of the smallholder farmer. I think it powerfully encourages them to feel that I'm not doing agriculture, I'm actually in agribusiness. I actually can see a future potential in my farming because I'm included in the financial system.
Thank you very much, Sieka. We have one more question. The lady at the microphone, or maybe two, I'm not sure. But the lady at the microphone, please, please introduce yourself and say what you do, and then go ahead and pose your question.
Not audible.
So instead of reinventing the wheel and wasting resources, I want to find out how can we partner with you, because I realized that I heard you mentioning fewer countries in the Southern African continent, and we want to partner with you so that we also access these digital platforms. And then for Chad, I heard you talk about providing solutions for the whole value chain. And I understand that we are lacking in the distribution and logistics sector. Ms. Elizabeth mentioned that we don't have enough warehouses and cold storage. We have poor infrastructure when it comes to the roads, and fewer people are acting in the logistics sector. How are you helping smallholder farmers to ensure that that part is tackled? Thank you.
Great question from a young female farmer from Eswatini. I'll ask one of you to answer because we're out of time. So who wants to take on that question?
Since my name was mentioned, I'll take it.
Okay, great, and then we'll wrap up.
So I would say, how can you partner with us? For us, we have an innovation studio here in Nairobi. We use that as a way to capture ideas and be able to find use cases that are relevant for the markets here in East Africa. So it's easy to find me or my colleagues. We can sit down and we'll plug in with other ecosystem partners and unpack some of the challenges. We don't pretend to know everything. In fact, I would say we probably know a very small fraction of what the possibilities are, but we're always looking to learn so we can improve these processes. On the infrastructure question, I feel like that's probably more of a getting to the policy realm. I would say that for us, we see the opportunity, we see the value chain itself, but as far as the quality of the infrastructure, the quality of these things, I don't really know if I can weigh in on that one. I'd probably save that for someone that's in the policy department.
Okay, thank you very much, Chad. I believe we are out of time. I know Sieka was looking at me, and Daniel, we are out of time, and I do have to stick to time. Can we please have a round of applause for these panelists? Thank you very much. I thought you were great. How can people reach you?
Good. So from a MasterCard perspective, Community Pass, you'll be able to see it at our website, www.mastercard.com.
Sieka.
Mexico Agrifin is also online, so you can be connect with us online as well. So we have a website, just put Mexico Agrifin and all our content.
And either website or you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. I answer every message.
Thank you very much. Now we need to take a photo, or you guys need to take a photo. I'm not in the photo. If you don't mind, where are the photographers? Here they come. Please organize yourselves. Best smile. Thank you very much. If you could exit from the left side, thank you so much. Oh, not quite done. One more. Okay. Thank you, photographer. Thank you. If you could exit from the left side, Daniel, thank you very much. Thank you to those fantastic panelists. I thought that was great and very inspiring, and they informed you on how you can actually reach them. So, I guess it's back to my colleague Femi Oke. Thank you, Femi.
We have a ministerial panel coming up, which means that the microphones are very much going to have a busy next 25, 30 minutes. If you have a question for a minister that is on point, and I will decide if it's on point, please stand at the microphone and then I will know to come to you. We have a microphone here, we have a microphone here. The ministers will be talking about the public investment that is currently working for smallholder financing for their farmers. You will hear from, I'm calling the ministers up on stage, and please be seated in just a moment. I will wait for the name tags to go out, which gives me an opportunity to talk about lunch. Because at lunchtime, when you leave this room, you will need to pick up a voucher. Don't go to lunch without your voucher. You'll leave the room, you'll have a voucher, and then you will go up to the fourth floor, and then we will all have lunch together, which I'm looking forward to. All right, the name tags are ready. Minister Hamza, Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development for the Central African Republic. Welcome, Minister. Please take a seat with your name tag right there. Minister Shawuka, Minister of Agriculture for Eswatini. You are very welcome. Please join us on the stage, Minister. Senator Kagwe is the Cabinet Secretary of Agriculture and Livestock Development, the Republic of Kenya. Good to see you again, Cabinet Secretary. Minister Kiari is Minister of Agriculture and Food Security in Nigeria. Good morning. And Minister Packer, Minister of Agriculture and Food Security for Sierra Leone. Thank you. So, ministers, we are discussing current results, for the private investment and the public investment that you are spearheading in your country that will help smallholder farmers. That is the plan for this conversation. But current results, our audience here will ask you questions, but I'm going to get through to see what you want to share with us first of all. Minister Hamza, Central African Republic, en français. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Madame le modérateur.
Thank you, moderator. We have 623 square kilometers in Central African Republic. 70% of our active population is involved in agriculture. Agriculture is the source of 80% of our GDP. That's why the agricultural sector is considered the pillar of the national economy. Regarding what has been happening in the country, the government has has obtained support from the African Development Bank, our bank, which has 80 major projects, and it's these projects that have allowed us to keep alive agriculture in the Central African Republic. It was almost inexistent during the crisis, but today we can see the enormous agricultural potential in the Central African Republic. We actually provide us food to 6 million of our people. Thanks to the investments made at the national level, the borrowing that was done initially after the Kampala meeting. We don't have funding locally. So beyond this, the private sector is almost non-existent in agriculture in my country, in funding agriculture. With the support of the ADB, we have put in place a chamber of agriculture, which is bringing together all the small farmers and is working fairly well. And the cooperatives in agriculture, with their business plan and the possibility of opening bank accounts, we have noted, for instance, there's one cooperative which managed to harvest hundreds of thousands of tons of beans, thanks to the support of that cooperative with the support of banks. Given the means which has been mobilized by that cooperative, a lot of people are now getting other farmers to set up cooperatives and have access to this kind of funding. This initial cooperative had put of 1.2 billion CFA francs. And this is, in brief, the kind of things I can say about what's happening in my country.
Appreciate that very much. Minister of Agriculture for Eswatini, what would you like to highlight? Current results.
Thank you, Program Director. And, okay. I was going to start off by checking how much time I have.
That 26 minutes is not all for you, Minister. So we are going to share it in the spirit of collaboration.
Okay, being what, 5 of us here, so it means it's about 5 minutes for me.
I would say more like 3, and then we share it with the conference. But let us not haggle over minutes, as it takes minutes away from your time.
Thank you. No, I was just, anyway. Firstly, I just want to acknowledge the people in the Kingdom of Kenya for hosting this event. Secondly, then also acknowledge the African Development Bank for the sterling work that they are doing. I think I'll start with the question so that if I do have a bit of time, I can go to the other issues, because that's why I wanted to get a sense of timing. The question is, what are we doing? Firstly, I must say that in our country, about 72% of the farmers are rural farmers. And therefore, we pay particular attention to them to make sure that we are able to support them so that we are able to achieve food sovereignty. One of the biggest things that we're doing is what we call a subsidy for our staple food. So we give the farmers 50% of the inputs, and they come up with the balance. And then we target at least 1 hectare of land to be farmed so that we produce maize and beans. And it's been working for us. Unfortunately, the funding that we have is limited, being not a huge economy. But the other thing that I'd like to share with this meeting is that we've had the assistance of the African Development Bank to build one of the largest dams in the country. That dam is currently under construction, and we must appreciate the African Development Bank for supporting us in that regard. And it's targeting specifically the smallholder farmer. None of the lands that will be irrigated will be for big commercial farmers. We've taken land from the rural people, and we are going to provide water for them so that they're able to irrigate and secure their crops. The reason we're doing that is because we are fully aware that climate change is with us and it's not going to go away. So therefore, we need to fortify our agrosystems so that we are able to make sure that we secure our production. The area that is going to be under command is 30,000 hectares, and we'll be farming mainly our staple diet and then some cash crops. But we'll also then go into what we call an eco-city. So it's a holistic approach, whereby we also then develop downstream industries and support industries. So we are excited about that program. If I can take 2 minutes of your time, I would like to make some comments on the issues that have been presented hitherto. Firstly, we are worried as a country about the size of the financing gap. We believe that we should do something about it, especially because we know recent developments in the world have indicated that Africa needs to look within Africa to be able to support our programs. We cannot rely on the outside world anymore. We need to stand up on our own. I also would like to ask, especially the people who are just sitting here, to look at a common monetary system for us so that we are able to move money across countries within the continent, and that is very important. So I think at the risk of eating other people's time, let me stop there.
All right, thank you. Minister, I will get to those questions. You gave us 2 good questions to start off the question section with. But first, I'm going to go to Cabinet Secretary Kagwe. And when I ask the Cabinet Secretary, what is the most important current result you want to share with our conference? 2 words: fertilizer subsidy. Why did you choose that?
Okay, can you hear me? Because I was having a bit of a problem earlier on, so I'm hoping that you're not having the same problem. Okay, thank you. I think the first thing to appreciate for the entire room, even as we answer the question, is what is in the interest of the farmer. That's the beginning point. The beginning and the ending point is what is in the interest. What is the farmer going through on a daily basis, and what do they need in order for us to make interventions that are creditworthy, that are worth it. And for us, the reason why we decided to go for subsidized fertilizer is because that's what the farmer says. That's what the farmer says that they want. You know, and I think that one of the reasons for failures of intervention is that we make the interventions that we want to make. We sit in Nairobi or Rome or any other capital and decide what we want to do for the farmer.
you don't know what the farmer wants. Go to the farmer and they'll tell you exactly what they want, and they want fertilizers. So fertilizer intervention and subsidized fertilizer impacts the farmer directly. That's why when I was making my remarks, I spoke about the other issue that we are dealing with and emphasizing on is soil analysis, analyzing the soil to know what sort of fertilizers we ought to be subsidizing. If you give subsidies for fertilizer and you give subsidies for seeds, which is the other thing that we are working on, and you know what the soil deserves, you can be able to increase productivity. Without that small intervention at the soils, as the fertilizer, as the seed, all the other discussions regarding value adding, independence of food, food security, nutrition, the works. It's not a real discussion until the farmer is producing more. So for me, the fertilizer subsidy intervention has been crucial, and it is based on a policy shift. Don't subsidize consumption, subsidize production. And if you subsidize production, then you get a lot more, and the challenges are much less than if you subsidize consumption. The impact has been actually so impactful. It's been so successful that for the first time in a long time, Kenya is not going to import sugar just because of that subsidy. We are not going to import maize just because of that subsidy. We have reduced the amount of rice that we are importing because of that subsidy. And you can imagine the foreign exchange impact on the lack of these subsidies. So moving forward, we want to increase this. Having said that, let me also point out that the financial sector, particularly the bilateral and multilateral financial sector, has also been telling us that we ought not to be subsidizing. We ought not to be subsidizing this farmer or the other farmer. Now, we are all aware that farmers cannot actually exist without government intervention and subsidy. A French cow, I am told, lives on $2 per day. It is subsidized to the extension of $2 per day. We are just subsidizing a bag of fertilizer. Give us a break. That's what it is going to take. Thank you.
Minister Kiari, I would like you to speak about infrastructure development that you're doing in Nigeria that will help smallholder farmers. Current results, what can you share with us?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you everybody here. First, I would like to dwell in a little bit of some of the discussions that were on since the beginning of this program. I believe that even before us, discussions were centered around how to finance smallholder farmers. And I believe it's been on for the past 50, 60 years. And here we are again, much later, discussing the same thing. So there must be something that is not thinking with the providers of finance and the utilizers of that funding. And I believe we're talking about the smallholder farmers, which contribute 60–70% of the food we eat. And for me, for the past 50 years, when I look at my village, it hasn't changed. It's still the same. So if those are the ones that are providing the huge amount of money we spend on food, why are they still living in squalor? And I think these are issues that we need to look at. I would leverage on my brother's Minister of Kenya on the issue of going back to the farmer and see what the farmer really wants. In most times, they were viewed as the last mile. They are actually the first mile. So we need to leverage on that and see exactly what they want. There are linkages. Today, we find where food is produced, it's not necessarily where it is processed, and it's not necessarily where it is consumed. So there are linkages along those lines. And I believe infrastructure plays a very, very vital role in trying to make sure that there is a seamless transition between production and consumption. And that would help in reducing food prices, which is what is actually affecting most of Africa today. Food security is the danger that we see. I have not heard anybody talk about growing population. I've heard about population, but nobody is talking about the rate at which population is growing. Nigeria, of course, I don't want to talk about population because Nigeria is a classic example of population growth. 25 years ago, we were half the population of what we are today. And it is expected that by 2050, Nigeria would be 400 million people. Now, if I look at 25 years ago, that was just like yesterday. And 2050 is 25 years from now. So it means it's tomorrow. What have we been doing in trying to capture that huge demon that is looking at us, that is both a challenge and also an opportunity? A challenge in the sense that we have young people that because of the way we're treating agriculture, they're not going into agriculture, but they're going elsewhere. But then they want to feed. They want to eat food as well. So who would do that for them? That's the biggest challenge. Infrastructure is very vital. We have a lot of water bodies that have been, like I said, 50 years ago, most of them were built from 50 years ago down to recently, some like Kashimbila Dam, that aid in agricultural production, but it's been neglected. There's no maintenance. A lot of our dams are silted, riverways are silted, and something serious needs to be done. In addition, I just want to mention the wonderful works of the African Development Bank. They have the program that is being funded majorly by AFDB, that is called the SAPZ, the Special Agro-Processing Zone, that is will be the game changer, where they're going to provide infrastructure zones in peri-urban areas with production, aggregation, storage, and processing, which will aid all the linkages that I've been talking about. So it's a first phase is about a $500+ million, and I think the second stage is probably attract $2.5 billion, and that's really a big game changer in that respect.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the audience just because I want to get you ready for this, because the Minister of Agriculture for Eswatini wanted to know about a common monetary system. Could that work? Who knows about common monetary systems, banking, money? Put your hand up, because I'd love to have a knowledge exchange with you. And come to the microphone. Any bankers in the room? This is the problem. We do not have the knowledge in the room, but I will make sure I get to it. If you have a question as well, please stand by the microphones, and then we will continue to Sierra Leone. Minister Packer, so good to have you here. We're talking about current results. What would you like to share with us from Sierra Leone, which is about how you are supporting your smallholder farmers? What would you like to share that maybe we can even use as a model?
Great. Thank you for having us. I want to thank African Development Bank and the partners for having us here, including the government and the Honorable Minister for hosting us. In Sierra Leone, specifically with regards to finance, some 3 years ago, or I guess 4 now, at the height of COVID, a lot of countries were hurrying up to buy essential commodities that they didn't have then. And so they set up these facilities for traders, commercial traders, to quickly buy your rice, all the essentials, and that they could sell. We then thought at the moment, well, hang on, we can't just be importing, we also need to produce. So can we have this facility for agriculture? And so then there was a facility set up narrowly just for seeds and fertilizer for the rice value chain. Went successful in one sense, in that the handful of people that got the money was $10 million at the time, single digit interest rates. The handful of people that got the money paid back. We studied that and we thought, okay, there's expressed interest in this, and so we need to do more. So when in my role as minister a year and a half ago, we said, okay, let's revamp this. We took two layers of this. First, it was a very short-term loan. You took the money for agriculture's 90 days. You can't really do that, but because it was fertilizer, you could sell and get your money. We said, okay, that's fine, that works. But if you wanted to actually cultivate, if you wanted to set up a factory, you couldn't use that money. So one of the revamping we wanted to do was to say, let's extend this for the maturity to be 3 years. Let's have 90-day grace period, and let's keep it at single digits. We didn't succeed, it's 10%, but the commercial rates now is 38%. Big deal. This was last year we set it up. Now, we got 5 times the amount of people that got the money the first time. And they've invested, some of them have really invested some really game-changing sort of areas. Last Wednesday, I just went to commission the first ever commercial grade feed mill for poultry. Now, a lot of the people that were successful in getting this were the middle sort of players along, if you take any value chain, not your typical smallholder. And so this guy that, this organization set up a poultry feed mill. Very important. The lesson there for us was, okay, this guy quickly is going to need a lot of maize to feed this. Are the smallholder farmers that make up a majority of this, do they have credit? Can they basically be able to supply this? So what we had done, we've been and in all of these facilities, we were very targeted. We had said, okay, and this, for better or for worse, maybe by luck or whatever, but we had set up a matching grant facility specifically for smallholders who wouldn't qualify, who banks wouldn't give this loan to, even though we said it was both movable and immovable collaterals. One of the challenges, they just want to have their collateral and all of that. So because of our matching grant facilities, smallholder farmers could also now get resources to grow a lot of maize and invest in dryers, because this feed mill needs dry maize. The moisture content has to be a certain level for them to pick it up. So for me, this is just one example, and there are a number of them. But I think this really got us thinking back to say, okay, we've done this, it worked well, but there's a lot of people in the ecosystem. That's just one value chain. You can take rice, the story is similar. A lot of rice millers took to be able to bring rice mills. And so now we're thinking, can we, this is the third iteration of this, can we set up a fund, ag bank or something that also takes care of insurance, so that if you are a smallholder and then your crop fails, you're not afraid. By the way, some smallholders are afraid to go take credit. This is also one thing I haven't had yet, but they are, because they don't want to be debtors and cannot pay, right? So we say, can we add that to it? So we're in the process of, we will reach out to some of the partners here, of establishing, whether it's a bank or a specific fund, much bigger than we've done, that will look at all the actors, not just one, but be tailored to a few value chains, all the actors, and add insurance to that, and capacity building, so that we can really make sure the money that goes in works and we can see that results.
I want to ask you, ministers, please do stand at the microphone if you have a question, or you can speak to the ministers over lunch. I want to ask you, ministers, that question about a common monetary system, would that make how you're supporting smallholder farmers easier if there was one common monetary system? Minister Chiari.
Would you try and say monetary system among states or among countries, or what?
Minister, when you asked about that, why did you ask? What did you feel, how do you feel it would help?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. That's why.
Bring it closer to your mouth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's because, okay, I've just had people talking about how having MasterCard, for instance, and the other systems of moving money around helped the smallholder farmers. What I'm coming from is a bigger picture. The picture, for instance, of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We need to be able to sell goods around, move goods between countries. And I can tell you now, one of the biggest impediments or constraints are the currencies that we use.
Okay.
So that's what I was talking about. And it's a long-term sort of strategy that we need to work on so that we are able to move goods and services around within Africa. We're using currencies that will work for us. We all know that if I have to pay him, for instance, I must first go to, the dollar and whatever. That's what I'm talking about.
As the minister was speaking, I think one other thing that came to my mind when I heard you ask that question, it has to do with trade, but also financial regulations so that we can be able to, in places where there can be places where there's more credits than others, and to the extent our currencies are a stumbling block, that can help in that regard. We do have, I think the Francophone countries are quite good in terms of currency. ECOWAS was still lagging behind. We've talked about integration and convergence for the longest time before the EU did. We still haven't done that. But I think that's really where, if the financial systems are opened up and these regulations, then it can allow us to benefit and make credit available in places where they are needed, but otherwise, because of regulation, are not possible.
Company Secretary Kagwe, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think that is a great idea from my colleague. But I think that before we get to monetary, a common monetary system, we have got so many things that we can do to ease the trade between ourselves. We were sharing earlier with my colleague from Nigeria, Senator from Nigeria, Minister, that even before the monetary system kicks in, it is so difficult. We are sending our Kenyan flowers to Amsterdam for Nigeria to import. It tells you that long before we get into the major and more complicated systems, there are simple things that we can do. The sanitary and phytosanitary conditions put against us, against each other, that we have put against each other, are higher than the sanitary and phytosanitary measures that have been put by the European Union against us. So I think that the debate that we should be having initially, at least, before we get into what my brother is saying, which is the end of that whole chain, is how do we ease very quickly through administrative regulatory frameworks how to trade faster and easier with each other. And I think that is so crucial for the small-scale farmers. So if we can get that straight, we can then move on up the chain to common currencies, common monetary structures, and common central banks, and so on.
Minister Hamza, go ahead.
Merci, Madam.
Thank you, the moderator. To talk about this, we're talking about smallholder financing. So quickly talking about money will be inappropriate. But the problem today, the funding that we're talking about today for smallholders is about infrastructural issue, like my colleague, the minister from Nigeria, was talking about. 99% of smallholders are in rural areas. So to access fertilizers, seeds, and everything, you need road infrastructure, you need internet and all that. If you do not have infrastructure, regardless of the financing that you're going to give them, it will not amount to anything. So the basis is first and foremost infrastructure development as a whole, and particularly road infrastructure. That is the case in my country, where on more than 1,000 kilometers there's nothing. But the smallholders are at the end of this chain. That's why we're discussing with AFDB that funded a project in my country where some 30 billion CFA francs, where 50% of the financing is dedicated to rural infrastructure to open up these areas so that they can access inputs. So that is what I wanted to add to what the colleagues have said.
A question for all of you ministers, which is, you explained some very clunky business that is being done in agriculture. For instance, flying flowers to Amsterdam to be flown to Nigeria. But you're agriculture ministers. Why don't you stop it? I see nodding. I'm not understanding what you need to do to change it. You've told us about simple fixes, but maybe they're not quite simple. Am I being oversimplistic? Minister, please.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I'm very happy that I've approached this subject, because that's exactly what I intended us to do, so that we can have the crucial conversations about the things that we need to do between ourselves as African countries. And what my colleague from Kenya is saying is correct. And that is why I use the word long term in terms of the monetary, common monetary system. But the immediate things that we need to do is to intensify trade within ourselves. And to answer your question, and we have not done that. So I'm saying let's do it. We have all these agreements and everything, but the examples have already been put on the table. To answer your question, it's exactly the conversations we must have. It's because we have not had the conversations that need to be had. And we've not looked within ourselves. We've always looked elsewhere for our progression as an African continent. We should look within. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your patience. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Betty Kibara. I'm a director at the Rockefeller Foundation, and I work to increase access to more nutritious foods for school feeding programs in different countries. My question is to Honorable
it's better sometimes to
Kagwe.
use this.
Very exciting to hear your priorities about fertilizer and soils. And Kenya actually launched the national agroecology strategy last year, which has costed us, I think, 26 billion. My question is, to what extent are you going to incorporate organic fertilizers and bio-inputs, which have really been commercialized in the last couple of years? I think it should be interesting to get your view. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Now, two things. First, let me respond to two things at the same time, if you don't mind. The first one has to do with the first question you asked. Why is it that we are sitting as ministers of agriculture and not, and we are talking about the problem that exists? I think one of them is because, you need to appreciate a problem in order for you to solve it. I don't think we have ever looked at it like a problem. We have been looking outside of us to see whether we can develop. It has dawned on us that outside there is no solution for us. The solution is here, and it is us. So if something is going wrong, we have to take the responsibility for it. If I can't export my flowers, if I can't export my flowers to Nigeria, it is not because of anything else. It's because the Nigerian minister won't allow me to export them.
So Nigeria... Nigeria is sitting next to you. We can fix this.
And if he can't export maize into Kenya, it is because I am the one who is stopping him. Exactly. So we need to work together much more closely than we have ever done in the past. And we need to open new windows and new structures of cooperation within the Africa Free Trade Area, and also bilaterally between ourselves. And that scares a lot of people out there. So if wedges are going to be put in between, don't be surprised. Secondly, to do with the organic fertilizer and the inputs that we are using in the farming system. One of the challenges that we have had with the fertilizer, and I would like to explain to our colleagues, that the way that we have structured the distribution or fertilizers is essentially via a voucher system, an e-voucher system. So you are notified on your mobile phone how much fertilizer has been allocated to you, and you go and you take the voucher to the cooperative. We are going to start working with the cooperatives, or to NCPB and the National Cereals and Produce Board, and you get your fertilizer from them. But one of the challenges we have had is the fact that farmers want to use the fertilizers they have been used to all the years that they have used fertilizers. So that if you are used to a chemical fertilizer, you know, CAN or whatever, then that is what the farmer is insisting on getting, and there is going to take some education to get the farmers to accept the correct fertilizers as a result of soil analysis, and B, the better fertilizer because of organic farming, and also ensuring that our foods are higher priced because of organic fertilizers rather than chemical fertilizers. So there's work cut out for us.
Okay, ministers.
I just have
Honorable ministers.
Can I
thank you.
1 minute?
You can have
1 minute.
20 seconds.
Okay. I think we're moving away from, we're getting distracted.
Okay.
The issues that were mentioned earlier has to do with trade, and I believe the African Continental Free Trade Agreement was out there to solve some of these pertinent issues that have been there lingering for so many years, since when, you know, we've had our independence. What I'm here for in Nairobi for the first time is how do we get those items to be produced by the smallholder farmers? How do we assist them? How do we fund them? Because what I see here, whether it's from outgrowers, which is they're doing wonderfully well in my country, whether it's from aggregators, affects, and things like that, whether it's from MasterCard, funding commercial farmers on, you know, that have outgrower systems that are recovering 99 to 100%. Every funding stops at a cycle. It's from planting to harvest. How do you support the smallholder farmer to grow and invest multi-year financing?
So that is the thought we're going to keep in our minds as we go through the rest of today and through tomorrow as well. Ministers, you're not going anywhere, are you?
No,
you're not leaving today.
No, we're not leaving.
So we have your knowledge in the room, and we will use your knowledge over lunch to eat lunch and then talk more about it. Because you are brilliant, and we could be here for 2 days breaking this down. So I am going to respectfully ask your permission to call the lunch break. We will take a beautiful photograph here, and our conversation continues about how we can help smallholder farmers in Africa after lunch, through lunch, and on to tomorrow. Ministers, you've given us so much to think about, and we thank you. Honourable ministers, thank you so much. We are going to take a photograph right here. You're good troublemakers. I like you. Take a picture right here. Thank you so much, ministers. It's been a pleasure. Everybody else, you're released to lunch. We need you to have a voucher. Do not leave this room without a lunch voucher. Then go up to the 4th floor, eat lunch, come back here 10 minutes past 2. I will see you then. Have a great lunch with your voucher on the 4th floor. Thank you, ministers. 10 minutes past 2, an hour and 10 minutes for lunch. Thank you.
I was going to help you round it up.
Oh, thank you.
That was a good one.
get the milk out the front?
Let's go away. Otherwise, we just stay here and talk.
kwakho angeke ngilunge. Ngizwile mina nasendlini kuyabanda, uma ungekho eduze kwami awubuya themba lami. Ngizwile mina nezingane ziyakhala zithi buya, zithi buyele ekhaya, ziphumule umama, buye ekhaya. Izingane zakho ziyalila, khumbula ekhaya. Izingane zakho ziyalila. Impilo yami imile, angikwazi ukwenza lutho, uma ungekho eduze kwami awubuya themba lami. Impilo yami inzima, sele ngowangishiya wena, ngibalise njalo wathithe umuzi wami. Ubuthonga behli nasendlini kumakhaza, ezingane ziyabuza awubuya themba lami. Angisakhoni nokulala, lapha endlini kuyabanda, nezingane ziyabuza zithi baba kanti washonaphi umama, buye ekhaya. Izingane zakho ziyalila. Ngiyashangala mntana womuntu, oh ngiyasha. Bayangibuza bathi yini ngihlala nginawe, bayangibuza bengisola bathi yini ngihlala nginawe, bayangibuza laba bantu bathi yini ngihlala nginawe, bayangibuza laba bantu bathi yini ngihlala ngikhuluma ngawe. Simathandweni mina nawe sangizami, simathandweni mina nawe sangizami, simathandweni mina nawe sangizami, simathandweni mina nawe sangizami. Mina nawe sihlala sithandana, mina nawe sihlala sinjena, mina nawe sihlala sithandana, mina nawe sihlala sinjena. Simathandweni mina nawe sangizami, simathandweni mina nawe sangizami,
Two, two, two.
mina nawe sangizami, simathandweni
Two.
mina nawe sangizami. Bayangibuza bathi yini ngihlala nginawe,
Two. 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 One. Two. 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 Two.
knowledge on this all-important topic of reducing the risks associated with investing in smallholder farming. I want to start by introducing Ms. Hope Moreira. As Hope comes up, please give her a round of applause. She's the Managing Director and CEO of ZEPRI, and she's going to be speaking to us on insurance and risk protection for African smallholder farmers. Please also welcome Mr. Manuel Moses. He's the CEO of the African Trade and Investment Development Insurance at TD, and Mr. Moses is going to be speaking to us on credit guarantees and de-risking for financial institutions. Please also welcome Mr. Deribi Ashfor, who is the CEO of the Cooperative Bank of Oromia in Ethiopia, who will be sharing the perspective of financial institutions and how to unlock small to medium enterprise lending at scale. And then finally, Dr. Daniel Mwenda, the CEO of the Kenya Farmers Federation, KENAF, who is going to share his insights into farmer aggregation and market linkages. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Mwenda. Agricultural SMEs form the crucial ecosystem surrounding smallholder farmers, but they are often underserved by financial institutions. They struggle to access working capital. Financial providers frequently classify agri-SMEs as high risk. So during today's discussion, we want to try in the next hour to better understand what we're doing, what we can do better, and how to de-risk agri-investments and scale financing to smallholder farmers. Before we get into the discussion with our esteemed panel, I would like to first start by welcoming Mr. Richard Ofori-Mante to the stage. He is the Director of Agriculture, Finance and Rural Development at the African Development Bank, to make some opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Honorable Ministers, distinguished panelists, esteemed audience, ladies and gentlemen. I believe all established protocols observed. Today we gather to address a critical mission: de-risking investment, scaling financing, and supporting African smallholder farmers. Our panelists represent key pillars of this ecosystem: financial institutions, insurers, farmer aggregators, and policy enablers. The African Development Bank is excited to collaborate with these partners in structuring financial solutions that unlock capital for smallholder farmers and agri-SMEs. Despite their role in Africa's food systems, agri-SMEs face a persistent $100 billion annual financing gap. Many financial institutions still perceive agriculture as high risk, citing climate variability, lack of collateral, market volatility, among others. This session is moving past those barriers, not just identifying challenges, but scaling solutions that work. What are we doing about it? At the African Development Bank, we believe that unlocking agricultural finance requires a combination of risk-sharing mechanisms, innovations, and market-based solutions. To that effect, institutions like the African Trade and Investment Development Insurance, TD, play a crucial role in mitigating risk for lenders and unlocking capital for agriculture through risk guarantees and credit enhancement. Our partners like ZEPRI demonstrate how building insurance with credit solutions can reduce risk exposure and strengthen financial resilience for farmers and agri-SMEs. Banks such as Cooperative Bank of Oromia are integrating blended finance, digital credit scoring, and concessional financing to make agricultural lending more visible at scale. When it comes to farmer aggregation and digital solutions, organizations like the Kenya National Farmers Federation play a crucial role in ensuring that smallholder farmers are not only connected to markets, but also integrated into structured financial ecosystems through digital platforms. As we engage today, I encourage our panelists and audience to reflect on a few key questions. How can we expand the impact of risk-sharing mechanisms to ensure they reach the smallholders and agri-SMEs that need them more? What lessons have we learned from blended finance operations that have successfully mobilized private capital? How can we strengthen linkages between guarantees, insurance, and farmer aggregation models to create a more investable smallholder financing landscape? As we delve into these topics, let us remember that our ultimate goal is to empower African smallholder farmers. By de-risking investment, scaling financing, and strengthening resilience, we can unlock their potential to drive economic growth and food security across the continent. We look forward to your insights and contributions, which will be instrumental in shaping a brighter future for African agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that statement and those opening remarks. And once again, thank you to my guests. It's really a pleasure to moderate this discussion. We've spent this morning talking about looking at analyzing the landscape facing smallholder farmers. We've also had insights into the enormous financial gaps faced by smallholder farmers. And we also understand and see the scale of the opportunity. But one of the recurring issues and themes in all the discussions that have taken place this morning is the issue of risk and the perception of risk, which is really the key impediment to scaling financial opportunities and investment for smallholder farmers in Africa. And I believe the four of you were selected on this panel because this is your area of expertise and specialization. And I'm hoping during the course of this discussion, you can convince the audience and other stakeholders of the types of instruments available to reduce that perception of risk and that reality of risk. So I want to start by asking Mr. Manuel Moses from ATIDI. You're the CEO of ATIDI, and you play a crucial role in providing risk guarantees to financial institutions. What are risk guarantees, and how have these guarantees helped to reduce the perception of risk in agricultural financing?
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Thank you. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes.
Yes. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for sharing our experience and knowledge in this area. I think it's universal that when you bring agricultural risks to my partners here, banks who are here, I think Bank of Oromia is probably convinced, but many other banks, they would tell you that they have been burnt when they've lended to the agricultural sector. So they are shy to expand their activities in this sector. There are many factors. Some of them will be covered by my colleague, Ms. Murera, on climate risk and all that. But at the end of it, banks are shy to expand, financing. So we at ATIDI were created to try to manage that perception of risk by banks and the reality of risk. As you have correctly pointed out, that sometimes, perception is reality or reality is perception. Our organization sits between the farmers and the banks. How do we do that? We approach banks and tell them, listen, we would like you to expand your activities in this sector. And they say, no, but it's too risky. We say, we understand, but we are ready to work with you by taking off some of that risk in that sector, because we believe that that's the only way, one, we can tackle the unemployment in the continent. 2, we can actually feed ourselves as a continent. So somebody needs to, do something about the agricultural sector, and it's of course you financial institutions who have the resources. And we are now saying, how can we encourage you? So we do give our guarantees, as you mentioned them, or insurance that basically says, indeed, let's agree you are going to expand your portfolio by $10 million in Kenya for the agricultural SMEs. How about we say, if there are any losses of, say, $1 million, we will share in those losses. So that way, we expect the banks to say, okay, now I have a partner sitting by me on my side, encouraging us to take a little bit more risk than we would otherwise not do on our own. We also then go one more step and say, part of the problem we've noticed is that even the loan officers, the architecture of the bank is not geared for the agricultural sector. So we say, how can we train the bank and your officers to actually look at agricultural risk differently? Let me give you an example of, you could say to the agricultural enterprise, I would like you to pay every month, on the loan. But we all know crops take 4 months, 6 months to grow. So why don't you tailor the actual selling of the agricultural produce with the repayment? That is the missing part. Sometimes banks give rigid terms that do not necessarily match the reality of the agricultural cycle. So we do give technical assistance to just sensitize the banks to say, an agricultural loan is structured in this way, because that way you are matching the cash flows and the ability of the farmer to repay you. So this is how we think we have done it in the past. That's one area of de-risking the agricultural sector. The other one is actually on their supplies. What do the farmers need? Sometimes they need fertilizer. I see my brother here who aggregates, and sometimes they need to buy these fertilizers in bulk, and the financing could be very large. Again, we do support those type of inputs at the national level so that we can aggregate and purchase fertilizers in bulk and give our guarantees to bring the produce in the country and hopefully pass down the benefits to the farmers. So again, working with aggregators. We also work on the other side. Now the farmer has produced the goods. I give you an example of in the dairy sector here in Kenya, what we have done. So the farmers have produced their milk, they've sent to a milk company. The milk company says, I'll pay you in 30 days, okay? But the farmer needs working capital today to pay his workers, to pay his operational expenses. So we've said, listen, if you give us those invoices that you have invoiced the big company, we can discount them for you by giving our insurance so that you get the cash now. So suddenly, the farmer who was supposed to get his money in 30 days' time now gets it in 24 hours. Again, benefiting the farmers. So these are some of the examples of how guarantees and insurance can help enhance the scaling up of the agricultural sector.
Thank you, Mr. Moses. I'm guessing most of the audience are not experts in this area. How is that risk shared? Where do you get the money to share that risk?
Again, thank you for that. The risk is basically shared between ourselves and the bank. At the end of the day, the bank is charging interest, isn't it? So I tell the bank, listen, you were going to earn, say, 2% of, risk premium from this lending. Now that I've shaved off 50% of that risk, please, can we share on that saving? So it's really the banks that pay us, it's not the farmer, actually, because the bank has been de-risked. So they would share a bit of their premium or their interest with ourselves. So that's how it is shared. We also, of course, want, as mentioned by the introductory remarks, that there are partners that we expect, the African Development Bank, other donors who can help in making sure that that premium, that as we call it, is affordable. So there are ways of now blending, finding funding from donors, from other multilaterals, so that at least the impact of that loan is as affordable as much as possible.
Much, Mr. Moses. Can you all hear me okay? Great. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moses. I want to bring in Mr. Deribi Ashfor, the CEO of the Cooperative Bank of Oromia in Ethiopia. It's a place I know well, and we've heard a lot this morning about banks and banks' perception of smallholder farmers and how impossible, that's the word I would use to describe, it is for smallholder farmers to access finance. You don't understand them. You don't understand the way the cycle works for farmers. But we also know that Ethiopia is a country heavily dependent on agriculture. You've introduced a digital lending platform for concessional finance to expand agricultural financing in your bank. Can you talk us through how this model has worked in practice and its effectiveness?
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. I'm really honored to be here as a panelist. My bank is owned, almost 60% of the equity is owned by farmers and the cooperatives. So since its establishment, we have been striving to finance farmers through traditional banking. And we need to be creative to really bring impact, reach out to the rural community. What we have done, we have established innovation center 3 years ago, and understanding the partners that are coming with the fintech solutions, agri-technologies. And of course, we have also adopted different way of approaching the farmers, including having the shipping containers branches. We call it Eco Branch, powered by solar power, where there is no electric light. And we have also recruited 128 agronomists, where, of course, to fill the gaps of the Ministry of Agriculture and the government as well, technically by in-house. We believe that phygital approach will bring impact to create financial literacy and digital literacy to the farmers. When we call phygital, physically we have to be presented on the movable container, shipping containers. 70 of them are in operation. And of course, through our innovation team, we have a strong relationship with the fintech companies like Kefiya Technology. With Kefiya, we have explored opportunities how we are really introducing uncollateralized digital lending to the community. And we came to Kenya so many times. We went to Rwanda, and I have seen they are doing good. The difference is they do have a national ID, but we don't have a national ID. So a KYC is one of the problems in Ethiopia. What we did, we started from historical credit scoring. Historical credit scoring, just credit scoring of banking transaction, debit and credit. Once we score that and provide loans, then psychometric scoring is the second scoring. It's AI-based technology. For your surprise, for a century, the banks in Ethiopia have reached to finance 400,000 borrowers. With less than 2 years, we have achieved 1.2 million micro-business borrowers. It's about 19 billion birr, which is $150 million in terms of the prevailing rate. So with Kefiya, we have another agricultural platform, Shagga Free as well. And we have started to score using alternative score for farmers as well, digitally. And we follow still the traditional transactional data to score the farmers' creditworthiness. And unfortunately, as Daniel mentioned early in the morning, we have started, implemented the community pass, farmer pass. Over 500,000 farmers are already on the platform, and 914 cooperatives and 51 unions are on the platform. So what we did, the community pass has an integrated platform where the key agricultural players are interconnected to do transactions. Of course, as mentioned by Daniel, it is a credential to know how the farmers, the productivity, harvest, projection, and the traceability, and all this is on the platform. Finally, when we see the platform, it has no credit scoring. Partnering with Rabobank technology team and with our technology team, we have developed an alternative credit scoring engine that linked to the farmer pass, where we can easily trace the farmers' data to provide input financing and the finance their need, hard working capital. And also we are discussing with the Ministry of Agriculture as well to really provide farmers a medium-term loan to maybe rehabilitation in coffee area, pruning of coffee plants on phase approach. So what we have learned through this journey, innovation will bring solution to challenges. Now, data is the new collateral. So the mindset of the bankers should focus on data, consider data as a new collateral instead of following on traditional collateral. So when we lend the money, 19 billion birr without collateral, the outstanding amount is 3.2 billion. The payment, the risk we perceived in our mind, traditionally, I used to work for the bank. I used to work as, for 18 years in the biggest bank of, commercial bank of Ethiopia. I used to work as a bank from different level, like from officer to vice president banking operation. We had lending to the poor, maybe the lower community, is a risky. Of course it is risky. There is no free lunch. We understand that the challenge is there. The challenge mentioned in the morning, the climate risk, whatever. But when we really innovate, we can mitigate. So mitigation approach, concessional fund, like we have partnered with MasterCard Foundation in 2 areas. The foundation supported in concessional facility as well as credit de-risking facility. And we have also partnering with USAID, of course, Mr. Trump. USAID in the past, Mercy Crops, and Care Ethiopia as well. So when we receive those funds, there's a challenge to reschedule their loans, to especially related when during the COVID, they supported them. The impact is very big. People recovered from the challenge that happened to them. If I mentioned you, one of the women who had 10 milk cows supported by USAID guarantee to reschedule her loan. Now she has 32 cows, her production from 75 liter to 550 to 600 liters per day. We have now provided 4.5 million birr, almost over $50,000. So it's all about learning and the journey to have that. And if we are creative enough and looking at the technology solutions, and of course blending the insurance. We have started discussion with a local insurance company. I'm glad Hope is here with we have already started discussion with her, partnering with the local insurance. Pula is also there. So we will have a blended financing to the smallholding farmers to de-risk the credit.
Me come in there. Thank you very much, Mr. Asfor, for that. I noticed that people were clapping in the audience. I don't know if they work for your bank, but it sounds like some real solutions that have been offered at least to smallholder farmers in Oromia, and I hope the bankers out there are taking note, and it would be interesting to hear about whether your approaches and your innovations and your solutions, how they can be scaled in other countries. But we will maybe try to come to that a bit later. But it sounds like maybe some of the feedback that we get about banks is not maybe 100% accurate, because it sounds like you have some great innovations there. I would like to bring in Hope Moreira. Hope, thank you so much for joining us today. You are in the space of insurance and financial inclusion as an approach to de-risking. Tell us a bit about your organization and how you utilize insurance to de-risk or change the perception of the high risk of investments in smallholder farming.
Thank you very much, Dege, and really a big thank you and congratulations to the African Development Bank for taking the leadership in this area, right? We're talking about survival, food security, employment, with the programs they are putting in place, ACRIFA, ADRIFI, as well as investing in organizations like ourselves to create the capacity and scale to find solutions where it matters. So ZEPRI is a Pan-African institution. We're set up by member states of COMESA, and we operate across Africa. And we are a reinsurer. But we also have a mandate for financial inclusion, because traditional products have really not made any significant change in the protection gap. So we have, over the years, therefore, decided to also concentrate on where the need is. And this is really, if you look at the structure of our economies, it is the smallholder farmers, it is SMEs. So we have therefore invested in this, in capabilities and technologies to do that. We have a subsidiary called ECA Africa that is an agri-tech that is solutioning for most of these things. So as we've had, there is a disconnect between the role of agriculture, right, especially smallholder farming, which is 70% or so of agriculture, and the access to credit and, of course, markets. Right? There is a big disconnect. And I think all of us have been trying to play in this area to find the solutions. And what is important is, we'll talk about employment that Emmanuel talked about. 60% are women and youth that are in agriculture. Of these, 65% are under 35. So unless Africa deals with this problem, we really are not managing for the future. So, and it's been said, why is there minimal lending into this sector? It's seen, perceived as risky. And we looked at it from our side and said, what can we do to be able to bring down this risk? Now, still, for smallholder farmers, 60% or so of the risk is climate related. A big balance is around health, right? And key man risk, what we call key man risk. This is an individual running this business. All of those are insurable. So we've gone to it and said, what if we carry this risk from you banks? Why wouldn't you therefore lend into this sector and lend at a cheaper rate? And this is what we've been trying to do, to embed insurance into lending, to de-risk smallholder farmers using technology. I mean, we do parametric insurance products. Satellite data has gotten better over time, so we are able to offer a number of things. We're able to offer advisory to farmers. We're able to onboard farmers from where they are. We're able to provide also advisory. We're able to credit score that some of the people are doing. And then we're able to tell the banks, this is the data, right? Data is king. And because we are many people dealing in this space, we've also built lots of partnerships. So, for example, like Cooperative Bank of Oromia, ATD, people like Apollo that I saw here. So who are the players in the field so that we don't all have to play in all the value chains? We need to be where we do this best, right? So yeah, so we've also last mile capabilities. We have what we call the village champions that are in these places that do offer advisory to farmers. And in all this, therefore, we're trying to bring credit closer to the farmers, right? So we have good experiences. We have just last year brought about 1 million farmers into the credit accessibility through that. And we see that growing more and more. So in terms of some of the things we've seen as key success factors, it's really also putting people in cooperatives. It's really, really so critical, and maybe we'll talk about it after. When we talk about the things that we've done, for example, in Ethiopia, under another project that we run called the DRIVE project for de-risking pasturists, it becomes easier when farmers are organized. It becomes cheaper to access inputs and all the rest. So it would be really one of our big calls, that how do we make sure that farmers are organized? There's a critical example in Kenya on the KTDA, right? The tea development agency. That has been a key success factor for the tea farmers in Kenya. Why can't we do it for everybody else? And I'm sure my fellow panelist has a lot more to say about that. But we also do work with national agriculture insurance schemes. What are these? This is advising governments at a policy level to set up pools, because this is a risk that is big, that you need to pull in more and more people and more capacity. And when you do aggregate, you're able to also attract international capital in terms of insurance and reinsurance capacity, because you cannot do that at a small level. Solutions need to be regional, need to be continental, and then you're able to pull in global capacity. Right, so yeah, so that are some of the things we are doing, and I think the successes show that if we all play well in these areas, then we can really de-risk the farmer and be able to reach where we want to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hope Morera from ZEPRI. So we have heard, we have discussed, we have talked about risk guarantees, leveraging insurance, and integrated digital lending. I want to now bring yourself in, Dr. Daniel Mwenda, the CEO of KENAF, which represents thousands of farmers across Kenya. You're in the space of aggregating some of these risk-sharing instruments. Given your engagement in some of these risk-sharing instruments, what have you seen to be the most effective innovations and approaches?
Thank you. So I think it's important the farmers come at this point, because really the crux of the matter is the farmer, the smallholder farmer for that matter. The Kenya National Farmers Federation, we are working with MasterCard Corporation, we are working with Microsoft for connectivity, we are working with the African Development Bank, we are working with Equity Bank, among other partners, in the context of what is called mobilizing access to the digital economy, MAID. Now, my friends here have talked about de-risking, and all day we've heard about de-risking farmers. Banks, for the most part, and credit institutions have always said that we don't know farmers. It's dark. We don't know where they are coming from, what their history is, their capability to pay. And I think what we are doing in this is exactly providing a solution for that. Hope has talked about the importance of cooperatives. To do this, you need to bring farmers together. You need to access the histories of those farmers individually, and then now you bring them together as a collective. When you bring the individual farmers, you are able to, the bank or the credit institution is able to look at the production cycles. They're able to look at the inputs that these farmers use over a period of time. They're able to look at maybe the small credits they are able to access, even if it's on mobile money, and how they pay for that. So building these profiles is very important. And by building these profiles, we present the lending institutions with the knowledge of the farmer. They are now able to identify who this farmer is, how this farmer has been operating for the past 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and from that they can build a credit profile. Ordinarily, we know that credit profiles are built using the formal banking procedures and the formal bank systems. But with farmers, really, they do not have that. But if you look at how they have produced milk over a period of time, how they have sold maize or coffee or potatoes, then you're able to present that, and a bank using that can really tell this farmer is at this risk, or this farmer is at this risk, and credit now becomes accessible. What we've also seen by building this digital profile is that not only does it enhance access to inputs like fertilizer and seed, you can also build other things into it. You can build climate insurance, you can build health insurance, something that we are doing at the Kenya National Farmers Federation, after realizing that a lot of our members do not have health insurance. You can build credit access. You can build many services that these farmers are in need of. You also can enable the banks, like I have said, to build credit profiles of these farmers using non-traditional means, like I think what my friend here is doing in Ethiopia. So using FarmPass, we're able to not only do this, but also look forward to transforming really the financial and digital inclusion of farmers in this country, particularly when we realize that Kenya has a history in this. We all know about M-Pesa, mobile money, and what strains it has made in this country. We look forward to this FarmPass becoming the M-Pesa for farmers, enabling farmers really to be clued into the financial architecture, including farmers into the insurance, be it climate, be it health, be it pensions, if you talk about social protection. And the only way to do this is if these farmers' profiles are built, if these farmers are brought together in cooperatives, they are aggregated, because that reduces the risk, the lending cost of the banks or credit institutions. It reduces the cost of delivering these services to the farmers. It also enhances the credibility, if you will, of these farmers, because if, as an individual, maybe my credibility is not that high, if I'm joined with my fellow cooperators in a cooperative, in a dairy cooperative, a coffee cooperative, a potato cooperative, then that is enhanced. And that way, banks are able to see us. And all these things that we are talking about since morning, maybe until tomorrow, and the discussion that really continues around Africa, how do we de-risk farmers? This is the only way to do it. This is how we see it. And we do believe that since last year when we started working in the context of this mobilizing access to the digital economy, we have now brought about 400,000 farmers into FarmPass. We do have a target to bring 3 million farmers into this by December 2027. And I do believe that this is something we can do, building not only on Kenya's history of adoption of such technologies, but also realizing that these countries, the majority of these countries' population are farmers. I look forward, of course, to working with a lot more partners here, because we do believe at KENAF that you cannot do anything big by yourself. You need partnerships. That's why we are working with MasterCard Corporation, African Development Bank, Equity Bank, Microsoft, now Atindi, Zepri, and many others, because that is the only way to really transform. You must work with others.
Can you still hear me? Okay, great. There's an issue, I think, with this microphone. Thank you, Mr. Mwenda, for that. I want to open up the floor for a bit of Q&A, but as you're the person on the panel representing farmers, just a quick question about scaling some of these innovations, because they all sound good, and clearly what's happening at the Bank of Oromia is working for farmers in Ethiopia. What are the major impediments to scaling some of these approaches?
Well, I think to scale this, like I've said, one, we need partnerships. We need to work with the government in particular. Of course, if you think about the Agricultural Finance Corporation or the government in general, we need that. Two, we need to really continue what we call digital literacy for farmers. This is very key for adoption because these are really new technology for most farmers. Capacity building for these farmers to adopt is needed. And from our experience, this is not something that you do overnight. It's something that takes time. So building the farmers' digital and financial literacy is very important. That requires partnerships, it requires resources. Of course, working with a lot more partners is important, and strengthening cooperatives, because again, like I have said, this works best when farmers are organized, when farmers are aggregated. And that's why really we are strongly in the forefront of standing for organized farmers, not only in Kenya, but also around Africa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwenda, for that. Okay, we have a couple of minutes left. We have a distinguished panel of de-risking expertise here on the stage, and I want to give people in the audience the opportunity maybe to pose a question or two. You could be representing a bank, you could be another stakeholder. Please just come up to the microphone. I see your hand up, sir, and your hand. If you don't mind standing up, there are 2 microphones. Ashers, if you could help me to direct those who want to pose a question to the microphones. I see lots of people standing up. We only have a couple of minutes. Please introduce yourself as briefly as you can and pose your question, and then I'll come to you, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Godwin Natse. I'm the country director for Sasakawa Africa Association. Let me first of all thank the panel members for the presentation. But one thing that made me curious to ask the question is, at what interest rate, what's the interest rate that you are giving farmers these loans? What is the interest rates that you are providing farmers, these finances? And then the second thing I'd like to find out from you, from your experience, how do you see the role of extension vis-a-vis the fact that it is clear that in most African countries, the extension system is almost broken? And how does that resonate with the capacity of farmers to actually repay those loans or those credits that you give to them? So those are the 2 questions I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have to limit it to 2 questions. Question about interest rates, and I think it was role of extension systems. I couldn't quite hear. If you would like to take these questions, and then I'll come over to you. Can't hear you. Can we get some help up on stage, please?
Okay, now it's working.
Yeah.
So I was saying, I'm not a banker here, there's a banker, so you could answer it, but I'm going to try to answer on his behalf. So the interest rates that we are talking about here are dependent on each country. So the interest rates that you see in Ethiopia are relevant to the Ethiopian banking system. The ones you see in Kenya are related to the Kenyan banking system. However, what we are doing as partners is that because we have de-risked the bank, we have given you all these instruments, we have blended concessional money, donor money, our own money, we expect you as a bank to pass on that benefit to the farmer. So that is really how I would answer it. It varies, but we expect that since you've benefited, you pass on that benefit to the farmers, and it happens, and we monitor that.
Thank you very much. I didn't quite hear the second question about the role of extension systems. Okay.
So maybe she can answer. Yeah, extension services.
No? Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So just to add on to Manuel's, we are in insurance and we are de-risking. So the idea is not only access. So we are trying to expand access to credit. We are also interested in the cost of credit. So really those two things should go together. We know the second one doesn't usually happen, and we are always challenging banks to do that. In terms of extension workers, services, when I grew up from a farming community, extension services were taken for granted. They were always there supporting. Its breakdown indeed is something that we need to worry about. So when I talk about having ourselves village champions, people who are on the ground providing advisory and mobilizing farmers, or what the farmers' associations are doing, it is replacing what usually would have been the traditional agriculture extension workers. So maybe one of the call to action, because we do have ministers in the room, is that needs to be fixed. That is my view.
Thank you very much, Hope. Okay, I think we have room for just 2 more questions. I think this gentleman was first. If you could introduce yourself and ask a very brief question, then you, sir, then I think we'll have to wrap it up. Over to you, please.
Okay, thank you, everyone. My name is Abdulaziz Ajibola. I work with Rex Insurance for Nigeria. Mine is more of a contribution.
Can't hear.
Okay, said mine is more of a contribution. To implore all insurance.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. We cannot hear this gentleman's question. Can somebody from the technical team please help? And whilst they're sorting out your microphone, please take over, sir.
Hopefully this one works. Yeah, it sounds like it's working. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Odi Akanaba. I am the Director for Small Business Development at the African Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank. I think the theoretical benefits of smallholder farmers aggregating themselves within cooperatives is very clear, right? However, in practice, funding these cooperatives has historically been quite challenging, at least for us, right? So I'd like to hear first from our colleague from the cooperative bank, but also from anybody else in the room who has experience in this regard. What are the success factors? What are the funding models that have worked in terms of DFIs like ourselves successfully financing cooperatives, not just in agri, but in any other sector that this has worked in? Thank you very much.
Your question was about the success factors. Did I hear correctly?
Well, success factors for funding cooperatives specifically.
Okay, who can take that question? Success factors of funding? Go ahead.
The success factor is focusing on technology, partnering with a technology company, and looking at the solutions they have been providing to the needy community. The other thing is partnership. Micro business and smallholding farmers needs collaborative approach rather than competitive approach. So we need to have a collaborative race to really bring the intended impact. What we have done with Michu Digital Lending, we have discussed with 5 banks in Ethiopia. We have shared our experience and the challenges we have passed through. And now 5 banks are already integrated to the system. If you see the Ethiopian population, we are over 150 million. If we see the category of the farmers, 1.2% are enterprise level, which are around 220,000 households, and 12% are 2.2%. 2.2 million farmers are at self-sufficient level, which are still viable when we see as a bank, and 23%, over 10 million households are survival, which can need on their production, but they cannot invest into agriculture. For that chunk of households, we need collaboration with the government, with the development organizations, to de-risk the credit, and of course motivate them to produce more and to link to the market in that way. And the other thing is targeted approach like value chain financing. If we have an ecosystem, we need to look at the value chain, how we are really going to impact the overall value chain to link the smallholding farmers and the cooperatives to the market as well. And keep innovation, you know. Innovation, now we are innovating. We have signed an agreement with FMO to finance the already unique borrowers from credit scoring to credit scaling approach, credit risk rating approach. For that, we have signed a credit risking guarantee with the FMO. We don't stop those micro business, or we don't stop to finance the farmers as they grow. As they grow, we need to go behind them to invest more to create a model farmers in the country. And of course, we need to innovate to have a blended finance, blended products, credit plus insurance, and we need to keep innovation. You know, when we see the Ethiopian population, close to 40% of the population are Muslim, so they need a Sharia-compliant financing, both farmers and the micro business. Now we have finalized the digital lending to the Muslim community with the Kafiyya technology as well. So keep moving, data usage, and of course advisory services as mentioned. You know, when we see the extension service, they are the skills, the capacity, the competency are behind the farmers. So we need to have our own experts. That's what we intervene, to have our own experts, where we link our expertise to local research institutes and agricultural investments, where we can build their skills and their competency to really provide the appropriate advice to the farmers. So at this time, we named our strategy S-Cubic Winning Strategy, Shift, segment-led, shift at scale. I think it is a right time for FDB to come to scale what we have done as experiment over the last 3 years. So we are going to scale it out to really bring the impact on our continent. So we need to collaborate not only at country level, at regional level. We need to collaborate together to really bring an impact at continent level to provide services to the needy community to really bring the intended impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Asfor, for that. And I know you're still here, so people can continue the conversation with you after this session. Final question, because we are out of time. You've been waiting patiently. I hope the microphone is working. Please introduce yourself, pose your question, and then we will have to wrap up this session. Please go ahead, sir.
Hello.
We can hear you.
My name is Abdulaziz Ajibola from Rex Insurance Nigeria. I wanted to add to what Madam Rera from Zepri had said. Beyond providing financing, it's also important that all of the risks, are properly managed to ensure that rates of crystallization are low, especially climate risk. And then the best approach is collaboration, we've said. It's important for stakeholders to not compete at this stage, but more collaborate so that all investments can be, the impact of investment, etc. can be shared across board. Thank you.
Sir, I wasn't quite clear on the question. Did you understand the question? You got it?
No, I didn't get the first question.
Okay, so we
Contribution of insurance? Was that the question?
I think it was a comment. It was a comment.
It was a comment. Okay, so there was no...
It was a comment. All
it
right.
was a comment.
I totally accept that. Thank you. Insurance builds resilience, right? I always say that there's no financial inclusion without insurance.
Yeah.
The quick payouts help the farmers because when rains fail, we don't wait for 3-4 months because if they fail in the first month, they failed.
Yeah.
So by paying out quickly to farmers, they're able to recover very quickly.
Yes.
But we also know that having insurance helps farmers access better inputs, and when they do that, their productivity goes up to about 60%. And they are also able to lower post-harvest losses, 20 to 30%. So the data shows that insurance does bring a lot of value and resilience. Right?
Thank you very much, Hope. I think, Mr. Mwenda, you wanted to just come in finally?
Yes.
In 30 seconds?
Yes, sure. Thank you. I wanted to respond to the question on extension. And of course, extension systems in most African countries are not functional. They are not working the way they used to. And this is why also organized farmers in farmer organizations or federations is very important, because organized farmers can offer these technical advisory services to their members using different means. We do that at KENAF using different media. Then the other question on success factors. One thing that maybe we shouldn't overlook is the feel-good factor that farmers have when they are able to access credit, when they are able to access insurance, when they are able to access different services digitally. And the only way to enhance this education is not through individual farmers, it's through organized farmer groups, it's through cooperatives. So we've seen that farmers feel satisfied, they feel very contented when they are able to access these services because they feel like, just like any other employed person, just like any other person who works in Nairobi or another big city in Kenya or any other big city in Africa. So that is important. And then the other success factor is the bundling, and I think he's talked about it. So we are not only offering credit or products like fertilizers or seed, but you are also bundling many other services that farmers require. This also contributes to the success of this model.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwenda. And I want to say thank you to all the panelists, Hope Moreira from ZEP-RE, Moses Manuel from ATD, Deribu Ashford from Cooperative Bank of Oromia, and Daniel Mwenda from KENAF. A round of applause, please, for these panelists. Thank you so much for these very interesting insights. I want to say that this is obviously a conversation that doesn't stop here. This is a major, major point of discussion, and I believe in the next session, which will be hosted and moderated by my colleague Femi, we are going to be continuing components and elements of what we've discussed here. You cannot leave the stage without taking a photo. I hope you know. So if you could please stand up and just, where are the photographers? If you could, oh, there's one right here. If you just come close, you see there's a little line here, that's it. Okay. Photographers, are you happy? Do you want to help me to, okay, there we go. I think they look good. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Panelists, if you could exit the stage to your left, that would be great. Get your tags, your iPads, and please give them a round of applause as they exit the stage. Thank you very much. And I'm now handing over to you, Femi Oke.
Thank you, Yvonne. Earlier on today, you heard very clearly, we know what we need to do to close that financing gap for smallholder farmers. You heard lots of that this morning. The how is what you're going to hear over the next hour or so. The ideas marketplace is packed full of ideas. We're looking at models for scaling finance, diversifying markets, innovative banking, and digital platforms. In fact, this session is so packed, it's going to take 3 moderators to moderate it. But the sessions will be fast, one after another after another. You'll be deluged with ideas. I'm going to ask you to be my co-moderators as well. When you hear something you would like to hear more about, the microphones are right there. Go to the microphones. I will see you. I will take note. I'll bring your comment into the conversation because our conversation moves on very quickly. All right. First of all, models for scaling finance. Ayodeji Balogun, thank you so much. Please come up on the stage. Find your name, sit by it. CEO of Afex. Tony Jibunu, CEO of Milkin Barn. Please come on stage. You can take your badge off and put it in your pocket. Very good. Oladele Odubemi, Head of Finance at Babongona. Welcome. Come to the stage. And Rebecca Mincy, Investment Director of Acumen Resilient Agricultural Fund. Excellent. So we are going to be looking at markets for scaling finance, particular ideas, models for scaling finance, particular ideas. Let's start with Ayodeji. What is the idea that you want to showcase here for our fellow conference attendees? Go ahead.
So one of the most profound thing that I think I've gotten in the 15 years of working around financing smallholder farmers is what the magic that happens when you have the convergence of three things. So first is capital, second is market, third is infrastructure, right? Most of the time when we think about these things, we think about it as a standalone. So we think about funding farmers as a loan. But without storage, then it becomes a problem. Without markets, it becomes a problem. When you think of markets, and you don't think of the other one. So when you're able to solve these three things simultaneously, and you bring this to every farmer's farm gate, then you have the magic. And that's fundamental in the FX model.
You said you have the magic, so you truly believe your model is magic?
It is magic. So fundamentally, where you want the farmers to be is to, at the minimum, be above $2,500 per annum income. You really want them to go above $4,000. Then you start to save, you start to invest in other things, right? But for it to happen this, you have to have the productivity. It has to be able to access the inputs to demonstrate the knowledge is gained over the years. And then it needs to be able to sell profitably. If one of these tripods is missing, then everything breaks down.
How do you know that this will work in multiple countries all at the same time?
So at FX, we've tested it in 4. So at least we can talk for that. 2 in West Africa, 2 in East Africa. We started in Nigeria a decade ago when the current president of the Africa Development Bank had introduced a dry season farming and rice was produced and it was massive. And they said, look, come and build a warehouse research system for me. Let's ensure that we can save the harvest and we can spread that consumption over the months. And that was how it started. And we've been building the model to where we are today with a full-fledged commodities exchange. Farmers can sell their products through a digital platform, connect with big buyers. We've done it in Kenya here. We're in 3 counties, working with close to 30,000 smallholder farmers. We're in Uganda with 10,000 farmers, and we're in Cote d'Ivoire starting and also scaling there.
Okay, all right. Tony used to work in one industry, and now he works in agriculture, and he's going to make a comparison between the 2 industries, which will be a lesson for all of us. Tony, you're a brave man. What was the industry you used to work in?
Oil and gas. And,
and how does oil and gas compare to agriculture?
North Pole and South Pole. They're 2 extremes, actually. 2 years ago, we set up a farm in Oyo State in Nigeria. And in 2 years, we started the dairy farm, a livestock farm, and also a grain and pasture cultivation farm. And the experiences in the last 2 years have been, I don't know whether to call it disheartening. The root shock from when you come from an organized sector to a sector that is not organized. Things are not what they say they are or what it should be. So you're constantly grappling with the constant changes in the dynamics of how things operate.
Tony, are you calling all these good people disorganized?
Yes. In the last 2 years, I've been attending conferences, and we tend to talk a lot, but very little actions have been done. I have a practical approach to the things about this agricultural business. And most times what I hear here is so different from what is obtainable out there. Now, because I own a farm, and I'm there 3 days in a week at the minimum, I can actually give you instances. I can have contrary opinions to everything that has been said on this platform here. A lot has been said, but a lot more still needs to be said. You want me to go on?
Tell me about the training model.
So for us, we identified the gaps, and we came up with a training model. Like Ayo said, it's not just about access to finance, So we added the training modules. We're onboarding interns in our farm, where we train them over an 18 months, 24 months period. When they come into the farm, they are assigned animals that they look after. They have specific lands that they cultivate, and they have practical curriculums that we teach them. And at graduation, we pay them all throughout those 2 years. So and we also save the same amount of money we pay them for the 24-month period. So by the time they are ready to graduate and go on, they have a seed capital that we have saved up for them. Now we match that fund for them. So assuming we're paying them 100,000 naira, for instance, and over a 24-month period, they have saved another 2.4 million naira as well. We will give them another 2.4 million naira, making it 4.8 million. Then we can also go looking for our bankers, the microfinance banks, that can also match that fund for them to make it 9.6. Now, as many as matching funds as we can get for them, that is what they get. Then we also extend technical services, technical support services. All the offtake agreements we have, we extend to them. Whatever they produce in this period, we offtake. So whatever discount we get, we're all able to extend to them as well. And by the 5th year, we expect, between the 5th and the 7th year, we expect that they are strong enough to begin to repeat the same cycle for other farmers as well.
So just very briefly, are you bringing your knowledge from the oil and gas sector into agriculture?
Clearly, that's all I have to depend on, because most times in the agribusiness, I could share my problem with 10 different professors in agribusiness, and the 10 of them will give me 10 different solutions for the same problem. But in the oil and gas sector, I have one problem, it's one solution, no matter where I am, whether it's in America or whether it's in Africa or Europe. But in Africa here, I've had conflicting solutions to the same problem. So that has been quite a challenge.
Oladele, tell us about Babangona and the model and what's special about it.
Okay, so at Babangona, where I would like to start is, if you look at the way Africa is, right, smallholders are the backbone of the agricultural sector. Now, imagine that we move from a sector of farmers whereby they are not just farming to survive, but are thriving, right? Whereby they are able to provide the agricultural produce enough to feed nations and also lead to growth in the economy. Now, but the reality is we're trapped in Africa, right? And what this causes is that you see low productivity, you see the fact that there's a low demand in terms of input for those who are supplying inputs, and for processors, what you see is that the output they need to process is at a very high cost. Now, what are we doing exactly? There's what you call a concept of agri-finance. Agri-finance will help you create wealth, and will also help you in terms of growth of the economy. Now, at Babangona, we've basically been able to develop a model which helps you basically reduce low risk and high return in terms of agribusiness, which we call the CAFI model. The full meaning of CAFI is basically Community Agricultural Financial Institution. These are basically, you identify individuals who are highly trusted that can manage a portfolio of 100 farmers. And basically, they now manage that downline in terms of financing to them. Yeah? On top of that, you have what we call our white label agri financial service as a service, right? This enables you to basically be able to manage your farmer end to end, right? Basically de-risking them. Now, what this does is that for a bank, you don't necessarily need to say, oh, you are recreating the model, right? Babangona can basically give you that model, right? So that you can basically leverage it to basically deploy it to your agri processors. Yeah? Now, what this does is, you would see, for example, in Babangona, in over a decade and a half, we've been able to deploy roughly $250 million in terms of input financing to smallholder farmers, with over a 99% average repayment rate, right? And in this, we're able to scale maize production in Nigeria to become the largest producer, where we did roughly about 170,000 acres in maize, right? And this was basically be able to, at a very low cost and high productivity for farmers. Now, what am I saying? Now, with partners such as banks, they're able to leverage this, our agri financial service as a service, right? And be able to basically provide that to their agro-processor without necessarily recreating it. All we did is walk them through what we call a 3-step approach. The first step is basically, I'm going to help them set up what we call a community agricultural department. We basically will manage the portfolio of what we call community agricultural financial institution. And step 2 is that basically they identify who we call community agricultural financial institutions, which are leaders in communities that can manage the portfolio of 100 farmers, right? So those farmers, the bank can directly lend to them, yeah? Because they're basically registered businesses with SIN and all necessary details. Now, the third level is that the department will be able to create what we call a very high productive business that is able to guarantee high quality produce, right? And also at a discounted price in terms of market price at the end of the season. Because then the reality is the agro-processor is interested in an output that is, one, cheaper and of high quality, yeah? So with this, the agro-processor is able to increase its productivity and is able to grow, right? The bank, in turn, who has provided financing, is able to increase its return because basically has provided financing through embedded finance to the agro-processor, and that way is able to basically earn more returns. Now, the last but not the least is the government, right? The government plays a critical role because one critical piece is that at the end of the day, Agric is a job creation engine. And what you see play out is that the moment we're able to get the government to basically get financial institutions to basically adopt the process, they're able to create jobs, right? Increase productivity, and definitely increase what we call economic growth. Yeah.
At what point did you realize that this model for financing actually worked?
So we've been at it since, let's say, roughly around 2017. And one critical piece, when we deployed the CAFI model in 2023, we saw a 100% repayment, right, in terms of the portfolio of farmers under the CAFI model. Now, that alone, historically, Babangona has done very well in terms of repayment of smallholder farmers. But what we saw was basically 100% repayment. And then we didn't just do it in the first year, we did it in 2023, we did it in 2024, and we knew that this was something reliable and credible. And the idea is we don't want to basically, we want to deploy it to banks as a white label access, what's called it, access service, right, that they can now use to basically support the agro-input processes.
So you're head of finance. At what point did you say, I need a bonus because this is brilliant? Like, when did you know that, like, this is going to be good in terms of financing, it's a model that works, we're celebrating it? Are you not in a celebrating stage yet?
We're in a celebrating stage yet already, right?
Yeah.
So at the end of the 2023 farming season, we saw the outcome, right? So in Nigeria, for example, we have roughly about 3 top-tier banks supporting this model, right? And roughly have currently over $20 million in terms of approved facilities that basically our CAFI can leverage on. Not just that, right? We have partners like the IFC, FMO, are also providing guarantees to these CAFIs, telling you that they are willing to support.
Okay.
To give you into context, one of our banking partners started with roughly just $500 million. In the second year,
$500 million of what currency?
Naira, right?
How much is that in USD?
Let me see if I can quickly just
Well, you calculate that. I'm going to go to Rebecca.
Okay. So what I'll just say is they quadrupled what they were investment in, right? And late last year, we saw banking partners are willing to do roughly about, approximately roughly about $7 million.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
That's to tell you that they believe in the model and they've seen that the model is where we see going forward. Right.
I hear you. I'm moving on because there's so much more to talk about and we're going to be here for the next day and a half.
Yeah.
So that gives us lots of time to do that. But I do want to make sure that we give equal time to Rebecca. Rebecca, you know what I'm going to ask you. The model. What is the model and why do you think it works so well?
Thanks. Just for a bit of context, my name is Rebecca and I'm actually an investor in Tomato Joss. We are a fund and we invest exclusively in companies that help smallholder farmers adapt to climate change. So far, we have invested about 58 million, and we're on track to do another 120 million in both East and West Africa and North Africa. Tomato Joss was our first investment, and the business model is simple. For those of you who are from Nigeria, you know that 95% of tomato paste is actually imported from China. And the big idea behind Tomato Joss is that perhaps we can vertically integrate, grow tomatoes profitably through an outgrower model, build a manufacturing facility, process that in tomato mix, and sell a branded product into a very large market. That was the big idea. What the entrepreneur Mira Mehta figured out at the very beginning was that the difficulty was not in manufacturing. The difficulty was in growing enough supply to make the rest of the business economically viable. And so she spent the first 2 years developing an outgrower program that essentially addressed all the pain points that a tomato farmer might have. For starters, it is an embedded finance facility, which means that farmers do not take a loan, but they are basically given inputs and given services on credit. And then at harvest, the debt, so to speak, or the embedded finance is cleared. So what this means, practically speaking, is that farmers are given high quality tomato inputs. And specifically, it's really important because not all tomatoes make good tomato mix. And so it's really important that you get the water concentrate right, the sugar level right, in order to optimize what's happening at the manufacturing level. So the company basically addresses the inputs piece of it that is quite critical. For those of you who grow tomatoes, you know that water is incredibly, incredibly important. And so they basically provide irrigation as a service to farmers. And then they also provide training, and they provide guaranteed market offtake. Every tomato that their farmers grow goes into the processing facility, and they in turn sell. I think this is a phenomenal, we don't see too many vertically integrated companies that are able to create a branded product and sell into the local market, especially when you're competing from an import substitution standpoint. And so for us, as investors, this was spot on, because where smallholder farmers drive the commercial engine of the business, we believe is a very valuable investment thesis. And it absolutely can be replicated, not only through other parts of Nigeria, which we are expecting it will, but in other countries as well.
Rebecca, would you say that that idea is unique?
Is it unique? I would say it's not unique, but it's very difficult to pull off. There are a lot of great ideas out there in terms of working with smallholder farmers, but the details are in the execution, and that's where it is quite difficult. And so, in short, yes, it's not unique, but it really is quite challenging to execute.
How did you crack it? How did you face all those challenges and say, okay, we've managed this one, we've done this one, we've done this one, now it's working?
Yeah. So basically, we track metrics as investors in the company, and as the management team, we track metrics very closely. So one of the metrics that we are relentless about are yields. A certain yield will make a company profitable, and if you go lower than that yield, you will not be profitable. So basically, what we've continued to do is, one, track things like yield. We also track, I guess, farmer behavior. In order to grow tomatoes at a certain yield, there are about 50 different changes in behavior that a farmer has to undertake. So making sure that farmers actually engage in those behaviors. And obviously having a huge incentive like a premium price on tomatoes and a guaranteed market offtake is quite compelling.
Innovators, investors, if you have any questions, please go to the microphone. Hello.
My name is Elijah. I'm from East West Seed. We provide quality seeds, and we also have a non-profit foundation that provides extension services for free. It is the extension services that are free, not the seeds. My question is to Odu Beni. When you talked about embedding finance with the agro-processor, eventually when the farmer gets the benefit, do they get in terms of input, or they get the cash from the agro-processor?
So in terms of benefit finance, it's between the bank and the agro-processor. But in terms of benefit to the farmer, what they get is input in kind, right? So basically, what they need to be able to cultivate a farmland is provided to them in terms of inputs, so fertilizer, seed, agrochemical, whatever they need, right? So then what will now happen is at the end of the season, they will repay with produce, right? And the idea is to unlock their productivity so that their net income is almost at least 150% above what they typically would have done without that input, right? Such that repayment with produce will not be a problem.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Odulami, African. Now, talking about financing, scale. Financing gap is a feature of virtually every sector of the continent. And I really haven't had anything here today about some of the things we've done in other sectors in terms of bridging this gap, like in the extractive industry, manufacturing, people actually go out to look for equity. Consistent with the pecking order theory, whereby people typically shy away from equity. I see that farmers in Africa would rather go every year using retained earnings from their harvest, on and on, and then want to wait for these packages based on subsidies, rather than also looking at a situation where we can actually build equity funds that may invest in some of these farmers, and not the micro ones, but the medium-scale farmers, like 50 hectares and above. We can actually have a fund, people who will know agric and their risks, and they can over time invest equity in these farmers.
So let me get an answer for you, otherwise your question will be longer than the session. And Ayo is dying to answer your question, and it's a beautiful question. Ayo, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So first is that the construct of our conversation has been around smallholder farmers, right, all day. So that first defines the construct. But the second, which is a very important thing that has come up in a lot of the sessions today, has been the role of aggregators. And that guy that works with 10,000 farmers, brings them together, provides 3 warehouses, which is an infrastructure for them, maybe does the technology, more importantly, the extension, which are all fundamentals that must exist for a financing contract to work. Now, that role and how to use that vehicle and scale that across Africa. And the parallel I want to draw is the payment system, which is one that has worked very well in Africa. So imagine the whole payment system without super agents or aggregators in between. It breaks down completely. So because of the fragmented nature of smallholder farming in Africa, if you take out that aggregator from the construct, now in some instances you have farm organizations that are doing it well, but in most countries this is not the case. So we have to support the aggregators, the agri-techs, the young talents that are creating innovative solutions to solve this point.
We have 46 seconds left, so that question is a little late, but I'm going to introduce you to all of these speakers, and you are going to have a long one-on-one with each of them in your own time, quality time. All right, let me tell you who they are. Ayo, Tony, Dele, Rebecca. You see that gentleman there? He has questions for you. The next coffee break, when we break at the end of the day, please go and see him. Make him feel loved, okay? All right. And now, your photograph in the center of the stage. Do not forget your badge. Thank you for getting us started. You just stand here, just in that mark there. Thank you. Good job. Photographers will come to you any moment now. Smile, pose. For our now traditional photograph, remember to take your badges and then exit off the stage following Rebecca. Thank you so much. We are going to change the name tags because we have a new conversation about to start right now. Let me tell you who will be leading that conversation. Richard Medikira is the Senior Manager, Innovation and Partnerships for Aseli Africa. Richard, it is so good to be handing over moderating duties to you. I will not say who your panelists are. We will keep that as a surprise, the anticipation for you, who will be running the panel about diversifying markets. That is next in our ideas marketplace. Thank you, Richard. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So without further ado, allow me to introduce my panelists.
Go outside.
I'll start off with Ms. Rose Gishuki, who's a firebrand when it comes to women and finance. She's the head of women banking at Family Bank. Please welcome her as she comes on stage. Thank you, Rose. The other panelist is Pauline, who is a passionate and resilient entrepreneur. She's a managing director at Sopa Supplies. Pauline, welcome on stage. So I have the distinct privilege of moderating what so far is the most gender-inclusive panel. So I'll invite you to give us a round of applause for that. Great. So as was mentioned, my name is Richard Medikira, and I'm a senior manager at Aseli Africa. And before I talk about Aseli Africa, I'll invite my panelists to introduce themselves and tell us a bit about their businesses. So we'll start with you, Pauline. Please introduce yourself and tell us about Sopa Supplies. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Pauline Kamau, CEO of Sopa Supplies. Sopa is a milling company that deals with raw materials such as sorghum, millet, cassava, and we are based in Nairobi. We've been in operation for the last couple of years, like 14 years. And what we're processing is porridge flour, nutritious, safe porridge flour. And what we're doing is trying to make it affordable and to reach as many households as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline. I know there's a lot more to discuss about Sopa Supplies, but we'll come into that in a few minutes. Next, Rose, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity. Family Bank is 40 years old this year. We've been in this market for a while. We are regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. We have a strong retail customer base that focuses mainly on SME banking. We're actually saying that we are the preferred bank for SME banking. The bank has over 1.2 million customers. We are in 95, we have 95 branches in 32 counties in Kenya. We are also the bank that is renowned for its digital innovation, being the first to introduce paperless banking through smart card technology. We provide retail, consumer, SME, agribusiness, corporate banking, trade finance, and of course, insurance products in the bank. I head specifically women banking, which we call Queen Banking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rose. So I'll just do a quick introduction or overview of who we are at Aseli. So Aseli Africa is a market catalyst, and we operate across 5 African countries. That's Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Zambia. And our ultimate goal is to improve market access and livelihoods of farmers, boost productivity and create employment opportunities along the value chain, enhance environmental resilience, and promote the local supply of affordable and nutritious foods. our entry point as Aseli is SMEs, and as has been mentioned in previous discussions, farmers do not operate in a vacuum. And it was raised by other panelists how a lot of the funding flows to the smallholder farmers come from value chain actors such as off-takers and input suppliers. It is with this context that Aseli intervenes at the SME level, given their role as aggregators and the potential to deliver impact at scale. But as we know, most of these SMEs struggle to access financing. About 3 in 4 of them lack access to finance. So in response to this, Aseli is supporting a marketplace of lenders comprising of commercial banks such as Family Bank, social lenders, and non-bank financial institutions to address the risk, cost, and capacity constraints of agri-SME lending. So we've been in operation for a period of 4 years. We're multi-donor funded. And to date, we've raised or mobilized over $280 million in lending to agri-SMEs. The average ticket size of the loans that we support is $86,000. And the typical profile of the SME that is supported is one that employs 16 full-time workers and provides market access for 450 smallholder farmers. One of the things that Aseli is passionate about is additionality. And 60% of the SMEs that are supported are accessing a formal loan of over $15,000 for the first time. On aggregate, the 3,000 plus SMEs receiving loans from Aseli support are providing employ 52,000 full-time employees and market access to over 1.5 million farmers. So one of the defining characteristics about Aseli's model is that we are data-driven. And we spent 2+ years before launch collecting data from over 31 lenders just to understand the economics of agri-SME lending. And at a high level, what we found is that lending to the sector is twice as risky, which may not come surprising to most of us, but also the transaction costs are higher and therefore the returns are lower. So therefore, when we talk about investing in the sector, from a, let's say, commercial bank perspective or whichever investor, there's an opportunity cost to lending to agriculture. So in response to this, we have 2 incentives that we have designed. One is a portfolio, is a risk share structured as a portfolio fast loss cover to increase lender appetite. And the second is an origination incentive to defray transaction costs. And this is something that guarantees typically do not address. To date, we have mobilized, for every $1 of donor funding incentive, we have mobilized $10 in lending from our lending partners. And lastly, one of our other defining characteristics is that we're impact aligned. So we motivate our lenders to lend to what we perceived as risky segments, such as informal value chains, new borrowers, but we also motivate them to lend to SMEs that meet higher impact standards around gender inclusion, youth inclusion, food security and nutrition, and climate and environment. So that is, I'll pause there for now. Enough about Aseli. And I'll invite Pauline to just share a bit more about her journey. I've had the privilege of working with Pauline. We have supported her in providing technical assistance to her business. And Pauline, Sopa Supply started off as a small trader operating in downtown Nairobi. I've had the privilege of visiting your plant. You have a full-scale processing plant, providing full-time employment to 18 staff, providing market access to thousands of farmers. Kindly walk us through your journey as an entrepreneur and what have been the ingredients for success.
Okay, thank you, Richard. SOPA was incorporated in 2010, so we've been 14 years. And one of the questions that comes to us is, how have you survived in those 14 years? And some of the values that we have built on, the pillars that have made us stand until now, include trust. When we started our business, we didn't have the capacity to approach the bank for financing. And what we relied on was our suppliers who would bring us their products on credit, leave us to mill, process, and sell, and would pay them. And what they trusted, they trusted that we would honor our commitment to pay them. So because of that trust, we never lacked in raw materials and always had something to process. And when new suppliers came on board, they came knowing our reputation, and so it was not difficult to deal then. Our other pillar was our strong relationship with our staff. SOPA is a company that believes in empowering our team by allowing them to, to do what they need to do with the least interruptions, but also guiding them when need be. And that has created a lot of confidence in our staff, and has kept many of them for a long time in our company. And what that has done is that we have a competent staff that have good experience, and that translates well to our processes. The other pillar has been a close connection with our customers. I made it my personal duty to know our customers one-on-one. I'd know their name, I'd know their shops, and I would know their need, and more so how they were interacting with our products. So we would call them, even when it was not about business, but to just keep tabs with them and know how everything was going. And what that did is it brought about customer loyalty, and even those that took products on credit paid even without being reminded to pay. So those are the three values that have really kept us in business. And along the way, finances come from the bank. And what it's doing is it's changing. It has changed. It's a game changer for us, because what is happening is we stop relying solely on the supplier credit, and we have more money at our disposal to expand our operations, to optimize our processes, and also to improve efficiency, overall efficiency, yep, so that we are able to meet the ever-growing market demand. Okay. And even then, we still keep a relationship, with those that held us and caused our early success.
Right. Yeah. And I know that you are a customer of Family Bank, and we'll come into more details about the role of financing within your business and your journey. But Rose, over to you. Family Bank's journey has been remarkable. And one of the things that I want to highlight is how your agriculture portfolio has diversified over the years. And from a picture of tea accounting for about 92% of the portfolio about 3 years back, and now it's just under 40%. So you're effectively lending more to the food value chains, which is where a lot of our smallholder farmers are represented. So kindly walk us through that journey of diversification and the role of incentives in diversifying the portfolio.
Okay. So certainly the diversification of the agricultural portfolio from heavy reliance on the tea sector, which accounted for 92% of our agri-book in 2021, to a broader focus on food crops in 2024 has been deliberate and very strategic. And I must say, through the partnership with ASELI, we've been able to diversify, and now I think we are at, the tea sector is at 40, below 40. Actually, this month it will be about 37%. So we have strategically moved into the food crop section very fast, and have been focused in that section because we have seen the benefits of it. There's been de-risking. We have de-risked. On top of that, we are supporting the smallholder communities, and of course, enabling us also to support the food security in the country. So through the partnerships, and I must emphasize that partnerships are very key in this space, because you can see where we are coming from. we've been able to have incentives, the first loss cover, the first loss cover, which has enabled us to mitigate the risk. We've also been able to, the origination incentives have enabled us to capacity build both our teams in credit, the staff, create a department. Actually, when we started this program in 2021, we hired 2 relationship managers to just deal with and champion the agriculture sector in this non-tea value chain. It also, the incentive income also enabled us to train staff in agri-lending, because again, that's very important, agri-lending. So all the staff at the branch, and then of course, the staff in head office, the credit team. The incentive also subsidized the field visit costs, because again, that was very important, so that we can be able to prospect the agri-SME customers. It has also supported our research and development, which has been very crucial. And I think the other thing it has done for us is that it has continued to, the incentive kitty continues to grow, thus enabling us to ease collateral requirements on the agri-SMEs under the first loss cover. And then, of course, we have gotten to a place where we can even discuss interest rates and how we can subsidize those for our interest-sensitive clients. You know, SMEs are generally very sensitive, and more so women, extremely sensitive. I hope I've answered you.
Perfect. And I know when we were engaging Family Bank at the beginning, as I mentioned, ASELI is very data-driven, and one of the things that we looked at is, of course, your portfolio, and you're already doing a lot in tea. And the discussion at that point was, we cannot support you to do what you're already doing well. And we wanted you to diversify your portfolio, and thank you very much for going along that journey. And so, Pauline, back to you in terms of financing. What is it about Family Bank that attracted you to them? And what has the financing that you have received from Family Bank done for you and for your business?
Well, like I said, access to the bank financing was a game changer for us, because we were able to expand our operations. We were also able to expand our product in the market. And what is happening is that we have been able to access bigger markets due to the financing. We have been able to source from many suppliers and also been able to source in bulk. What that does is it gives us negotiation power, because when the suppliers are bringing you on credit, you don't have much voice to bargain. But with now having money, work capital to do the operations, then you're able to source in bulk. So that's how it has helped us. It has also ensured we have been able to mitigate our supply chain. You know, because when it is harvest time, then we need to purchase. So with extra money from the bank, we have been able to go out, interact with farmers, and we've been able to book good quality seeds for our production, because that speaks a lot in our end product. The other thing I've said is we have expanded our market reach. What we've also done is innovated. We have had different formulations that are touching on different sectors. We have been able to go into specialty flowers, which has included fortification of the flowers. We have been able to also indulge in other specialty flowers, like the sweet potato flowers, which we have contracted farmers to grow for us and process for us, whereby they have to grow it and dry it. Right. So that is also increasing on the number of farmers that we interact with. And we can see how it is also affecting our company, because what is happening is that we now have better products that are meeting the needs of the population out there. what we have realized, what has come to attention is that the products that we are producing have different interactions with our customers. So sometimes we have customers come and tell us what they want, and we are able to develop.
Okay.
We would not be able to do that if we didn't have the money to access all of those raw materials, because raw materials take a huge chunk of our money. So working capital ought to be in big numbers for us to be able to trade throughout. So
let me just, sorry, stop you there. So just been given a signal that we need to wrap up. Sorry to break the flow of your conversation. But as we start to come to a close, Pauline, maybe you could also just share some insights around the experience working with smallholder farmers, because of course that is what we're talking about here today. But in your closing remarks, just share your insights about what experience has been working with smallholder farmers. What do smallholder farmers really need in terms of support? And then also, Rose, as you wrap up, if you have any call to action, especially in the context of supporting women entrepreneurs like Pauline or women smallholder farmers, this is your time. So maybe we can start off with you, Pauline.
Okay, thank you. We have worked with farmers for the last 2 years in the sorghum value chain, and we have been able to train many of them. But like some of my predecessors said, these farmers ought to be put in formal, they need to be organized, because then only are you going to be able to benefit them a lot. What is lacking a lot is the confidence with the farmers themselves. Farming has been looked at as a low thing to be doing, but we need to be able to appreciate them, to know that they are doing a huge thing for the society. And in those clusters, they'll be able to be trained. What also is lacking is commitment from some of them, and also access to good quality seeds has to be influenced to them. That was the biggest problem we had, but we were able to address it because we were able to connect them with good seed processors, certified seed processors, and we were also able to hook up the farmers with good fertilizer companies. Okay. So basically, they are an area we can rely on for good quality products, because then when you're dealing with farmers directly, you can be sure to get a clean product, not adulterated. If you go to the market, the story is different, and therefore it all affects the final product. So working with the farmers will be very good, but again, it is quite a high toll.
Okay, great. And Pauline is looking, she's on a diversification strategy, and is looking for partners who are engaged in school feeding programs. As you heard from her, she's looking to expand her markets. So I'd invite you to engage with Pauline to see how you can support her business. Rose, over to you.
So thank you very much. Let me talk about Kenya. In Kenya, 50% of the population is women, and most of them are playing in the agri section. So we have to play in that space. We have to support them. Our focus areas include livestock, poultry, pigs, whatever it is they're doing, cereals, horticulture, processors, both animal, maize, wheat, fresh juice, millers, local producers of tomatoes, potatoes, peas, and so on, input suppliers, and seed multiplications. We have contracts with seed growers, e.g. Kenya seed companies. So let me talk about a bit about what we are doing for the women in a minute. We're tailored products for them to make them scale up, because we also realized lack of information, lack of education, and lack of confidence and courage to scale up has been one of the challenges that they've been facing. So those are some of the things we've done. We've relaxed collateral for them. We have unsecureds of up to 10 million. We have, periodic training and information on markets. We give them networking opportunities to even talk to each other, who is producing what and who is buying what. And also, the most important one, under our non-financial space, we are addressing their wellness. Mental, physical, because if they're not well, again, It doesn't matter how much you give them or what you do for them. If they don't understand who they are, if they don't know how they're walking that journey, there's so many challenges they are facing in the home space. How can they address that? Where are the mentors? Where are the coaches? So we are also playing in that space for them. So we're also looking for good partnerships, like the one we have with Aseli. We have others in WASH, especially WASH, where we also support them with needs for water and all that. So we are looking also for, if you feel there's something that you can sign up with us or you can work through us. This is a bank that moves and that is working. Of course, we are looking at the government also for favorable government policies to support agribusiness. Imports are killing the agribusiness. And of course, we want them to scale up on grants and guarantees to women so that we are able also to support them properly. Our agri-book right now is at 5.5 billion shillings. I think that's about, how many, 5 million USD. And we are hoping to grow it to 7 billion Kenya shillings. And honestly, we welcome you. We are the preferred bank for Biashara, and especially in agribusiness. That was our foundation. Agribusiness was actually our foundation. So we do invite partners, we do invite our customers. If you're playing in any of those fields, please feel free to talk to us. Thank you.
Fantastic. And I understand that at the moment your agri portfolio comprises of 18% is comprised of women, and you're looking to grow this significantly.
Yes.
And this is where catalytic funding and blended finance can come in to support that growth and diversification.
Exactly. Catalytic training, we need to get to them. They need to know that these things are available, because you can sign up partnerships, but then nobody knows that they exist or how they work on the ground. So those are some of the areas we are looking at. And thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. In the interest of time, we shall end it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, panel. Appreciate you. If you go to the center of the stage, take a photograph. A little black mark in the middle. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Perfect. Wonderful. Really appreciate you. Thank you very much. To start our next session about innovative banking, I have an innovative banker to join me right here at the lectern. And he is Abdulmajid Musa Sekela, the CEO of CRDB Bank in Tanzania. CEO, please come and join me here. I loved how you think about innovation. And I'm hoping you can remember what you told me about innovation, because you went through a whole load of programs, what you are doing to support smallholder farmers in Tanzania. And I said, well, is that innovative? And you said what? Tell our audience.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good evening. Also, thank you for arranging it in a different way. I was meant to speak more time, but because of schedule, I have to.
CEO, they didn't need to know that. That could have been our secret.
No.
But innovation, I love the way that you thought about innovation.
That is part of innovations.
Yeah.
I think I've been in this forum this morning, and I've heard many presenters, including the first speakers on the keynote speak. But from the morning to the evening, people are talking about small-scale farmers, and it seems everyone has answers. The biggest questions of today was about how do we accelerate financing to small-scale farmers. And now the question is about innovative banking. Being a banker for almost 30 years, traditional banking does not include small-scale farmers because of the structure. And that's where innovative banking comes on board. And when you speak about innovative, people think about digital.
Yeah.
I think the answer is not about digital. Innovative banking is beyond digital. When you talk about innovative banking in the space of small-scale farmers, you talk about enabler, and the bank becomes on the enabling stage. How do you leverage on technology? How do you become creative in terms of creative partnership? At the same time, how do you redefine your business model to fit the small-scale farmers? When we speak about scale farmers, there is also industry sector-related factors. It won't be the same because every sector has small-scale farmers. You speak about coffee, maize, cashew nuts. They are different farmers. They are all small. But you must have a different way of how do you approach them. And I think the most important of what has been mentioned, there is no way you'll be able to achieve that results without collaborations. And when you speak about collaborations, there is a need to understand what's the value chain and who play what. You speak about technology, that means fintech is critical. You speak about policymaker, the government is critical. You speak about small farmers who are highly fragmented. They're highly fragmented, they are scattered, and not properly structured. But they're also less educated. So the question is about who will be the advisory role. People spoke about extension services, but that is a leg of government. So if you have intention to serve small-scale farmers, you have to embed the element of extension services through advisory within your organizations. I'll give you an example, and I will speak about collaborations. I must commend AFDB. They are our great partners. Even arranging this meeting is part of creating knowledge and a platform where people share knowledge. But we have been lucky to be the commercial bank which is accredited by GCF. And you speak about financing, and people talk about in the morning about how much interest you offer. You have to create accessibility. It must be affordable, profitable. For small-scale farmers, you're not looking about floatability on the onset. You're looking about creating impact that will result on the bigger picture of the economy. Take an example of Tanzania. When you speak about financial inclusions, there is about 76%. But inclusion on a banking space is 22%. The country has more than 62 million people, and majority are farmers. If you want to reach them, that means you need to collaborate. And what you have been doing, and I like the presentation made by MasterCard and Visa together, apart from ecosystem payment, there is ecosystem solutions. When I speak about ecosystem solutions, it's about creating products that fit the need of the customers. You define the product from the customer-centric point. I speak about cashew. It cannot be the same like maize, because some of the farmers, they have short-term seasonal crops. It must be financed in that arrangement. Nevertheless, to be able to finance where the risk is highly defined, that's where the de-risking becomes critical. De-risking is about insurance, guarantees, and many other factors to include.
CEO Nsekela, what will you do differently after being at the conference today? How will you do business differently?
For me, I think what I've heard today is about accelerating partnership engagement. I've heard about insurance partners on the room. I've heard about innovative, but also I will obviously go to the market, to those small farmers on co-creation perspective. When I bring the bank, the fintech, the regulators redefine together, because there is a mindset shift, because people think about the policy does not allow. But you can't follow the policy which was created at the table where the environment does not support. So basically, there is a need also of the psychological shift. And I like the person mentioned about talking too much without putting actions. There is great people in the room, and the majority are developing partners. And that means that's the time to partner, to create impact of what we are discussing today. That's what I can share.
Your flight leaves at 6:30. Do we have time to take a photograph together?
You can have the time.
We have the time. You're the CEO. I'm sure you can stop the plane. All right. Thank you for talking about innovative banking, for getting us started. Let's take our picture here. I appreciate you very much. If you missed the plane, come back and stay in the hotel with us. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. So the point that the CEO wanted to make about innovative banking, that I wanted him to repeat to you, was it doesn't have to be new. It just could be different. That's the innovation, doing things differently. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Take care. Drive safely. Thank you. We continue our innovative banking conversation with two speakers who come as a couple. Please come join us on stage. Thank you. Mary, Swale, come walk up on the stage. We're going to talk about partnerships. Please take a seat. Thank you. Mary Nontume is the Chief Finance Officer for PCP Yield Uganda Investment Fund, and Swale Busingye is a Managing Director of Royal Milk Limited. Swale, Mary know each other. Swale, can you explain how and why?
Thank you so much, Madam Phoebe. I'm glad, first of all, to be here. Thank you for the invitation, the Africa Development Bank. I am so emotional when it comes to small-scale farmers. You will forgive me for that. I've been born, raised by the value chain. I think that's why they have made us come last. I speak passionately about the value chain of small-scale farmers, but briefly, Mary and I know each other from an investor-investee perspective, where Yield Uganda, thank you to European Union and IFAD, invested in our company, Royal Milk Group. Thank you.
Mary, do you remember when you first met Swale?
Pardon?
Do you remember when you first met each other, how that business relationship started?
Yes. We at Pearl Capital, we do investments in agri-SMEs in the region. So I'll speak specifically to our latest fund, which is Yield Uganda Investment Fund. So I met Swale in, I think, 2018 when we started looking at their company, which is Royal Milk. Of course, the due diligence process took some time until late in 2019 when we finally made an investment in Royal Milk. So that's when I met Swale.
Where does, under the title of innovative banking, Swale, how does your relationship with the investment that Mary put into you, how does that classify as being innovative?
Thank you so much. Before I answer your question, I would want to debunk some of the abstract theories that we've been told today. And even if you go with this, I'll be very happy. I would have achieved my goal. Small-scale farmers are not risky. It's how we look at it and the people that appraise these farmers. And on that, I would want to allude to the fact that if you've been so critical, banks and other financial institutions can easily fund things like salary loans. They can easily bank things like asset finance for your car, but it is very hard for a farmer today to access funding. And it's not that because they are risky, but it's because they're not willing to do that, to go an extra mile, to do the innovation. That's when we come in. When Yield Uganda, through the European Union, funded us, they tasked us we are aggregators of milk. Maybe I forgot to say we are an integrated company, vertically integrated company, whereby we collect our milk through, of course, farmers, small-scale holder farmers, and then process it, and then sell it to the market. And the one thing I remember the European Union and IFAD tasked us to do was to make sure these farmers are also brought in the money economy. And what have we done? I want to confirm that when you finance small-scale farmers through their life cycle of activities, you de-risk your investments. I would want to tell you that we've invested or lent out about $6 million in the 5 years we've been with the small-scale farmers, and we've registered 0 default. That means you have to first understand what you're financing. Where does the money go? What we do at Royal Milk is to use the milk these farmers aggregate as collateral. Use their data, the milk they bring to you, use it as collateral, lend them money, and then against that milk, you keep collecting the money. And from that, we've registered 0 default from small-scale farmers. And that debunks the theories. The bankers always say that, you know, the small-scale farmers are risky. The truth is, no one is willing to do the dirty job. These people don't know how to keep records. At Royal Milk, what we do, you create an account for each and every small-scale small-scale farmer. Just have a minimal record of today he brought 20 liters, tomorrow he will bring 15. Create an algorithm of how much you can lend to that farmer. By so doing, that's how we've now actually graduated from now just lending as Royal Milk. We are lending that as Dairy Pesa, a model that I would employ everyone here in the room to copy. It is a tested model, proven beyond doubt. Just create a very good record of these farmers, and what they don't tell you about these small-scale farmers, they are easily trusted. One, your neighbor is your security. The neighbor will tell you where this farmer is. He will tell you his whereabouts. Therefore, your money is guaranteed. Therefore, what am I trying to say here? When you fund the life cycle of a farmer, you've funded the need. And there is no way a farmer would default on the need, because these are cycles. These are cycles that are going to happen every day. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
If I can just add on to what my colleague has just submitted. So, yes, we've been hearing a lot of risk, you know, associated with smallholder farmers. Now, PCP is a private equity firm, and for us, that is the risk we have actually chosen to embrace. We love it. We have worked with these people, and of course, we've learned lessons along the way. We've been around for 2 decades now, so we've learned lessons. Capacity building is very key, and that is why since our second fund, we will never raise a fund without technical assistance aspect. That is why European Union through IFAD, when they were anchoring our Yield Uganda Investment Fund, they put aside $3 million to help with the capacity building at both SME level and farmer level.
You two are very confident that the work that you do together is closing the financing gap. Where does that confidence come from, Mary?
Because we have seen it work. You know, when you look at the financial and social impact returns that we had, especially from our first fund, we've had 5 funds to date, but we are confident because in the very first, you know, funds, we have learned lessons that we have implemented in our, you know, follow-on funds. And when you look at the returns, both financial returns and social impact returns from the previous funds to our latest funds, the increment, should I say, the increment is really, really tangible. So that is why we are very confident. Of course, we are still learning along the way, and we believe that our next fund is actually going to be better than the before funds.
Swala, you're even sitting confidently. Look how relaxed you're looking.
I want to bring this to a story. Maybe it will create a very good perspective. And the story is about the impact we do, the impact of the works Yield Fund and companies like Royal Milk have, aggregators. In my early years of life, I liked driving so much. And it's because of that I was so attracted to the value chain. And I remember I used to escort my dad to different meetings, and that's why I ended up picking passion and love for dairy business and aggregation. So in one of the key things I learned, we were solving a very big problem. I remember a story in my P7, primary 7, where we visited a lady called Mama Jonah in Nyakitoma. Nyakitoma is about 165 kilometers away from Kampala, Uganda. And this lady was in a very tough contestation of argument, but because of language barrier between her and the Indian, they couldn't find a middle ground. So one of the gentlemen around sent me to have a translation session. You can imagine a P7 and Indian and English. So I was there, and this lady and gentleman were trying to agree on the price of the milk. The lady had supplied for about a month. And the lady was insisting on a price that, forgive me to say, the Indian was not willing to give her. So they kept arguing and arguing. So the Indian told me, kindly tell this mama that the price is 5,000 per milk can. 5,000, I don't know how, I think that's like $1, I think, $1 or $1.50. A milk can is 50 liters. Now the lady kept insisting. I would tell her, and in our language she would say, emitwaro 15, meaning 150. No, I would say, no, he's saying 5,000. The lady would still go silent and say 150,000. Until when she said in our language that emitwaro 15 mwezi, meaning that 150 in a month, that's what she's going to collect from the supply of 1 month. And that meant the stories on this last statement. She says, hati nyina kuchwa kugarura jona haisomero oba kusasura omugemesa. That now I have to decide whether to pay school fees for Jonah to go back to school or to pay the person that is going to the vet person to be able to carry the vaccination for the animals. Now, from that point, that's when I woke up, and I would want you good people around here to also wake up and join the struggle. The problem of solving the finance gap of 750 million or close to the billion US dollars is not only a finance gap, it's actually a poverty transmission that we are grappling with. Kindly just know at the back of your mind that this is poverty we are fighting. Innovations, the way they come in, the way they have been telling us today, are meant to solve that. It's against that confidence. I want to employ you to find solutions, and the solutions is, the best solution is involvement. Personal involvement. Even when I look at the room, I see people that we resonate mostly with in terms of background. We all come from these communities. The challenge is, when do you take time to help that community? Or you think that since you moved, you no longer belong. They are part of us, and we should be part of the solution.
Swale Busingye. Mary Nantume, thank you so much for talking about innovative banking. We really appreciate you. Please take your spot, have your photograph. We thank you. Thank you, well done. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please stand there. Wonderful. We have one more session this afternoon. And this session, we're talking about digital platforms. Please take your badges with you. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Your facilitator for that session is Rose Goslinger. She's the co-founder and president of Pula. Rose, thank you for your patience. Please come to the stage. The finale with Rose and her panelists. Welcome.
Thank you, Femi. I know I'm the last thing, and we are the last thing between you and networking, drinks, and dinner. So I will take this opportunity to invite Benjamin and Justine to come here and sit with me. You have heard from a great diversity of private sector players, different pitches, lots of different ideas. And we're going to close off with something slightly different here. And trust me, it's worth if you stay, because we are going to tackle some fairly controversial partnerships, partnerships with government, fertilizer input subsidy schemes, and how to make them sustainable. So look, this is a conversation that is more about a partnership than a pitch. All three of the partners here, we work together, and we want to share what our journey has been about. The conversation today is between myself as the co-founder of Pula. We develop agriculture insurance solutions. I am here also with the Assistant Director for Agriculture, Mr. Justine Nyagi, as well as Ben Jenga, who is the co-founder and Kenya Director for Apollo Agriculture. Before I allow each of you to kind of like tell us about what this partnership is about, maybe a bit of context, right? In my very first job out of university, I worked for a Ministry of Agriculture. And I remember my first boss, a PS, the night that she became the Minister of Agriculture, pretty much the following day, she announced a farm input subsidy program subsidizing fertilizers. I have, in my role as Pula, I've probably met a good 20 ministers of agriculture, and I haven't met a single self-respecting Minister of Agriculture that hasn't launched a farm input subsidy program. These programs come under a ton of scrutiny. We have a lot of conversations about whether they are well managed, mismanaged, efficient, inefficient, and then I'm going to speak what everybody usually doesn't speak about, which is, a lot of acronyms that my investors care about. AML, ABC, and more recently, Trump mentioned that FCPA wasn't an issue anymore. Now, if anybody of you knows what this is about, look, farm input subsidy programs are not everybody's favorite topic, but they're here. A self-respecting African government spends a small country maybe $20 million of their budget. Usually maybe up to 50% of their budget goes to these programs. Larger countries, it can range into the $400, $600 million a year. These programs reach millions of farmers. All of these programs struggle with budget. All of these programs are political. All of these programs have scale. Ignoring them, I also often think, is ignoring the elephant in the room. So, as Pula, together with Apollo and the government of Kenya, we're working towards how we make those programs more efficient, how we work with the private sector, how we include the private sector, and how we make them sustainable. So, with that intro, I'll allow my co-panelists to briefly introduce themselves. Mr. Nyagi, over to you.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Justin Jage. I work with the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development in Kenya, and I have been coordinating initiatives which have been focusing on issues of input subsidy management and also affordable credit for the farmers. And of course, it has been a long journey, but as a ministry, of course, we have been able to evolve as far as management of subsidies is concerned by the virtue that we are no longer focusing on the manual process of managing subsidy. We are now focusing on the e-voucher subsidy initiative, which is a big success, which I do believe that we can also be able to learn as partners in this particular initiative. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Ben.
Thanks so much, Rose, and thanks for having me here today. So I think before I mention about the partnership with government, I could say a bit more of what we are doing at Apollo Agriculture. So my name is Benjamin Jenga. I'm the co-founder and MD at Apollo. So I think the big question is that we want smallholder financing to flow to the smallholder farmers. But it's not happening, right? And the question is, why? I don't think it's about money. I think banks have so much money and other players, and they are ready to invest. But why is it that up to now, smallholder farmers are still struggling to get the credit? And we know they need it. They need to invest in inputs so that they can be able to double, triple their production. They are aware that they need to invest in those new technologies, but they are not, because they can't be able to get financing. And I don't think they'll be able to grow if at all we can't be able to have financing flow to agriculture. And I think the question is, why is it not happening? And I can say that at Apollo, that is the challenge that we have been tackling for the last 8 years. And I'm happy to say that we have been able to at least prove something, that actually you can be able to finance these smallholder farmers directly in a way that you can scale and be able to be profitable. And for the last few years to date, we have been able to finance over 400,000 farmers. This is not rich. Financed around 400,000 farmers for the last few years, that is across Kenya and Zambia, with a loan portfolio totaling to around $85 million. In any case, I was happy to hear what Family Bank is investing, and I'm happy that I'm almost doubling that line now and compared to the bank, but it's just because of the investments that we have been able to do in technology. I don't think we'll be able to unlock financing for smallholder farmers without investing in technology, and I think that is where Apollo have really invested very well, because we have now utilized the latest technology like machine learning, AI, remote sensing, that is able to bring down the cost of serving these smallholder farmers, making it possible that you can be able to finance a smallholder farmer with half an acre land, be able to help them double and triple their production, but be sustainable as a business. And I think with the new technology that we have today, this is now possible. Like, you don't need to go to a farmer to be able to see, do they have livestock, do they have assets on their farm. Using satellite, you can be able to remotely see at a resolution of around 3 meters if that farm has an asset, if that farmer, the type of the house that they have, and even like the historical production in that farm. And using AI and machine learning, we are able to create credit models that are able to create the credit profiles of these customers, enabling us to be able to know which is the farmer we can approve a loan or who we can't approve a loan for. And even using like AI, we can also be able to do some fraud detection. When you're giving loans, there is a lot of things that you need to do around fraud. So a simple logic like, does this face match a previous defaulter, for example? Or even like using satellite model where we can be able to track, is the maize crop growth in line with the deadline when the farmer is supposed to pay the loan? And if there is a delay in terms of harvesting, we are able to automatically adjust those deadlines so that the farmers can be able to repay at the end of the season when they have sold the produce and they have made money. So at Apollo, we have been able to bundle a product, and I think this is super, super important. I usually say, in farming, and for you to be able to succeed, it's like a mathematical formula. It's 1 + 1 is equals to 2. If you can't say 1 + 1 is equals to 3. And that is why I usually say, even if you give the inputs to the farmer and they don't have financing, they won't be able to invest in those inputs. If you give the farmer the inputs, you give them the financing, and there is no insurance, that farmer will still suffer drought and they won't be able to succeed. But even if you give the financing, the inputs, the insurance, and you don't offer extension training, that farmer won't still be able to succeed. And at the end, even if you don't give the market, and that farmer produces and they are not able to sell at a good price, that farmer won't be able to succeed. And that is why I'm saying it's not only about financing, but it is really bundling all these services together so that at least you can be able to empower that farmer to get the outcome in terms of productivity and also income and be able to succeed. So we are very happy. Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. I think what you're telling us is that Apollo does an end-to-end solution. Now, could you briefly talk us through what the partnership that you're doing with the government of Kenya and why you think this answers the question that you were asking before? Why are farmers not getting financing?
Yeah.
Right? Maybe you can pull up the slide that outlines how this partnerships work.
Yeah. So this is one of the partnerships I can say I'm very excited with. I think the government is doing a very good job in terms of supporting smallholder farmers in terms of subsidies for the fertilizer. We know fertilizer since 2021, it has doubled in terms of the price, and affordability is a big issue. And I remember the government did a bit of study through Tegemeo Institute, and establish that even at that price of 2,500 Kenyan shillings, the farmers is still struggling, and these are the majority smallholder farmers in terms of raising the financing.
So you would say that the biggest issue that farmers have is price and affordability, right?
Exactly. And as you look at it in terms of like affordability, we wanted to make sure that even these smallholder farmers are able to get the benefit. And that is why we have been able to partner with the government together with other financial institutions to be able to provide the financing for these smallholder farmers so that we can unlock that subsidy access to these customers. And that is a big innovation.
So imagine I'm a smallholder farmer and I get my bag of subsidized fertilizer. Tell us how this works. I come, where do I show up? How do I get access? How does it work? Talk us through it step by step.
For sure. So the journey is very simple. We have been able to do a very seamless integration with the government through technology. And the farmer will be able to hear about the offer on radio. They will meet our field officers on the ground. And then the farmer will be onboarded on our platform. And using the credit models and the technology we have been able to build, the farmer receives an instant credit decision. And once they are approved for the loan, they are able to go and pick the actual inputs from our agrovet. Actually, Rose, the beauty of it is that we know farmers don't just need the fertilizer. If they get the fertilizer, as I said, they don't get the quality seeds and insurance and even training, that farmer won't be able to succeed. So what we have done is to bundle it as a subsidy bundle, where now that farmer is able to get the bundle. They pick the inputs, actual input, not cash, from the agrovet, which is like 3 to 5 kilometers radius to their home. And then for the subsidy fertilizer, they go to the NCPB depot, which is the government subsidy pickup points, and they're able to receive the actual fertilizer, and that farmer is able to get financing for it. They just say, Apollo will pay for me, and then we are able to move that digitally on the spot using mobile money. Money moves to the government, and the farmer walks home with the fertilizer, and then we have field officers on the ground who are able to offer the agronomy training and financial literacy to the farmer, and that farmer will be able for sure to be able to succeed.
So, in summary, effectively, you have credit scored, mapped, I would say a couple of 100,000 farmers, and now you're linking those to the government subsidy system, enabling those farmers to access this cheaper fertilizer, but still access credit.
For sure. Actually, it started with my customer demand. My farmers were telling me, I want to go and pick the fertilizer subsidy, and I want you to finance for me that fertilizer. That is when I started going to the ministry. I want to finance my farmers. And
so when you first went to the ministry, and allow me to hand over to Justine. Justine, why does the government of Kenya want to partner with a private sector player? Like, private sector players, usually when we go to government, the question becomes, are you not trying to take advantage of these farmers, you private sector players that only want to make money? Why is the government doing this?
Yeah, thank you very much. We are doing this because, of course, we want to leverage on the effectiveness and also the efficiency of the private sector. We are enhancing, of course, the investment of the private sector in this particular noble objective. That is the main focus because, of course, we want to have a very seamless flow of these particular subsidized inputs. Because we realized that much as we had registered around 6.5 million farmers in the e-voucher subsidy database, there was also the raw uptake of the fertilizers. And of course, we attributed that to the issue of funding their component, because the farmers are expected to pay their components, which they could not be able to afford. That's why we engaged, we partnered with Apollo Agriculture, so that they can be able to come on board and also be able to address this particular gap.
So you're finding that even though 6.5 million farmers were signing up, much smaller amount was actually redeeming.
Yes.
Right? And so you're looking to drive this up.
Yes.
Do you expect that this will help you in terms of like productivity and the government's aim of food security?
Yes, we do believe, because if you look at that particular database of the 6.5 million farmers, we are talking of around 5 million the smallholder farmers who are actually having some challenges in terms of accessing credit. So we do believe, actually, they are the majority, they contribute most of the percentage in terms of food security. They play a critical role. Most of the production is related to the smallholder farmers. So we do believe once we unlock this particular gap, we can now be able to increase the production and productivity.
I think what I've always found very interesting about the GOK program is that it's not necessarily purely targeting smallholder farmers. You can be any size farmer. The goal of the program is really to drive food security and self-reliance, right? And to really drive down the cost and cost of food prices through effectively substitution. And you really, I think the government has really seen that at uptake of fertilizer, but what we're seeing is that smallholder farmers still struggle. Now, do you feel that there was a lot of hesitation in the government towards involving the private sector in the e-subsidy scheme, and in particular with access to credit? Wouldn't you get a lot of questions about the interest rate being too high, farmers being able to afford? How did you manage that?
Of course, we have also been able to engage with the financial service providers, Apollo being one of them. Mm-hmm. Or now they can also be a bit lenient in terms of very affordable interest rate, so that at least even the very vulnerable farmers can also be able to access the interest rates and the loans.
And just to mention something there, and it's true, for sure, we have been having very good engagement with the government there. But sometimes I usually say that there are two problems. One is affording financing, but also the other one is accessing that financing. Actually, today with smallholder farmers, they even can't be able to access the financing. We are talking about 3% of their own portfolio for banks going to farming. But actually, if you ask the banks about the specific financing that go to smallholder farmers, is even lower than that. So we need to first sort the issue around access to financing, and then at the same time start thinking about affordability in terms of like that financing. And I'm very happy to get support from AFDB through the AFFM project, where they have been able to give us some credit guarantee, partial credit guarantee, that is helping us in terms of really lowering the cost, because we are able to do more financing, and they're able to help us with the risk there, but also open up some of the markets that might be more risky. Could be some counties are more risky, it could be some customer segments are more risky, and I think such kind of innovative financing models are really helping us in terms of really unlocking that credit for the farmers, but also making it more affordable for those customers.
Ben, I love that you managed to put in a plug for AFDB towards the end of this. We are nearly to the end of this session. I just wanted to mention, look, this model, we think it's extremely replicable across other markets. We see, as Pulo, look, you could ask, why are we doing this? Man, we don't sell any insurance if there isn't credit. So our role, we see it really as, look, we have to build these kind of partnerships. We think that there are not enough players that are talking to government in a very constructive way. It's just too much hesitation. And I would say working and building this partnership over the last 18 months has been challenging, but it will be worth it over the next couple of years. And I'm very positive that we can grow these kind of partnerships across. Thank you, everybody. This was the last thing. You can now go have a drink. I will have one. Thank you so much. And we are here in case you want to chat up. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Ben. I'm just going to ask you to pause on the drink for a moment, Rose, but you can run out, that's fine. Because we have the CEO of the Pan-African Farmers Organization who is going to synthesize the day beautifully in just a few minutes. And he said to me earlier, how am I going to do this? And I'm going to say, like a genius. Babafemi Oyewole, please come and join me up here at the lectern. Welcome. What a day. How do you synthesize what we learned? What are your takeaways?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Femi. Distinguished Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. What a day, like Femi has said, and it has been a long and profitable day. A day of learning from the experts, practitioners, policymakers, farmers, and ourselves about access to finance by smallholder farmers and scaling it up for impact. We learn about financing gaps, the models that have been workable and that have been developed, and the opportunities for their deployment for the game-changing impact we would like to achieve with respect to smallholder farmers' access to finance. For me, the emerging outcomes from the various sessions are that we should harness this learning to inspire tangible actions that will scale up smallholder farmers' access to finance and unlock the enormous opportunities for them and financial institutions in Africa's 1 trillion food system market to create a food-secure continent while enhancing the dignity and livelihood of the 33 million African smallholder farmers. As we continue the discussions tomorrow, we will hopefully find workable solutions to achieve these outcomes, especially as we are told by Mr. Busingaye during the panel before the last, that farmers are not risky. On this note, I would like to thank all of you, and particularly the resource persons and their participants for their contributions to the various sessions and the success of this first day of the conference. We look forward to more exciting sessions tomorrow. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the evening.
So our program continues at 9:05 with President Adesina, the president of the African Development Bank Group. He asked me if I would ask you to be seated by 9:05, so I have passed on that message. Enjoy your evening. We need to clear this room very quickly. So in the next 1 minute, we're going to do this as a partnership exercise to see if we're ready to partner for smallholder farmers. So when I say good night, have a beautiful night in Nairobi, everybody picks up their things, walks out the door. Good night, have a lovely night in Nairobi.